that sent Apollo 14 toward the moon. Then Stuart Roosa moved the command module Kitty Hawk to a docking with the lunar module Antares, still attached to the third stage of the booster.
And we docked. We're unable to get a capture.
Twice they tried. 3 times.
Okay, Houston, I hit it pretty good and held 4 seconds on contact, and we did not latch.
Roger. We're seeing it all on TV here.
Well, we better back off here and think about this one, Houston.
As the astronauts waited, an identical docking probe was brought into mission control. This probe on the command module fits into a funnel-like device on the lunar module called the drogue. Tiny catches on the probe's point engage the drogue. It was these capture latches that were not holding. In space, the astronauts tried a 4th time. And a 5th.
No latch. No latch, Houston.
Roger.
In space, on Earth, they searched for a solution. Then, on the 6th try,
I believe we got a hard dock, Houston.
as they coasted to the moon, the crew brought the probe inside the spacecraft for examination. On Earth, the probe was tested and retested, for we had to be sure that the probe would work for the most critical docking, as Shepard and Mitchell returned from the lunar surface. On February 4th, Apollo 14 went into orbit around the moon.
This is really a wild place up here.
As Apollo 14 was on its first orbit, the third stage of the booster smashed into the moon at its planned target point. Its impact picked up by the seismometer left by Apollo 12. The structure of the moon's interior is one of the major mysteries of lunar science. Now another piece was added that could help solve the puzzle. Later that day, Shepard and Mitchell climbed into the lunar module Antares and undocked prior to descent.
And we're free.
Beautiful.
Very good.
But as they checked out the lunar module, a problem appeared. An erroneous abort was being signaled on board Antares and in mission control. Should this occur during the landing burn, Antares would abort automatically and the landing would be off. The mission control team had 2 hours, the time of one lunar orbit, to find a solution. Flight controller Dick Thorson diagnosed the trouble as a loose particle in the abort button. The burden then came to rest on the shoulders of computer programmer Donald Iles. Working against time at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts, he reprogrammed the lunar module computer to ignore the false signal. This new program was then checked out in a simulator at Cape Kennedy. As Antares came into contact with Earth again, the instructions were sent up to the crew.
Antares, Houston, the computer's yours.
Thank you. You troops did a nice job down there.
That was beautiful.
Less than 10 miles above the lunar surface, Shepard and Mitchell swept across the landing site.
And Antares, Houston, your go for tomorrow.
It's a beautiful day to land at Morrow.
Then, another problem. The landing radar, which would tell them their altitude above the lunar surface.
Aboard radar. Aboard radar.
Antares, Houston, would like you to cycle the landing radar breaker.
Okay, cycle.
Okay, I would like to accept the radar.
Bridging through. Great. Great.
Okay, and monitor descent fuel.
That's starting the camera. 10 seconds to go. Okay, there's pitch over. Right on there it is. Right on the money. Right on the money. That's beautiful. Right out the window, just like outstanding.
Antares, Houston, your go for landing.
Cone Crater, a major objective of this mission to Morrow. A hole blasted in the moon's surface eons ago that could provide a scientific clue to the history of the moon, the Earth, and the solar system.
Right on schedule. Right on schedule now. Went by Cone Crater right outside to my right.
We think that the Fra Mauro area was formed from material thrown out by the impact that created the Imbrian Basin to the north. If this is the case, we could get samples torn out from as deep as 60 miles in the lunar crust. All in all, the Fra Mauro material should contain a great deal of new information about the early history of the moon, and thus help us to better understand the formation of our own Earth.
Okay. Okay, I'd give it a few clicks. You're through 200 feet. 5 feet per second. That looks good. No level here. 9% fuel looks great. Okay, looks like you're going right over the middle of triplet. You're 170 feet out, 2 feet per second down, 8% fuel. You're looking good. Okay, you can move on forward. You're just barely crossing North Triplet. Barely crossing North Triplet. You can land over here. There's some dust, Al. You're on your own. Starting now. Okay. There's good dust. Okay. Down. Looking great.
60 seconds.
40 feet. 3 feet per second. 30. 3 feet per second. Looking great. 20 feet. 10. 3 feet per second. Contact, Al. News stop. Auto. We're on the surface. Okay, we made a good landing.
Roger, Antares.
5.5 hours later, Shepard left the lunar module to begin the first of 2 explorations.
Shutting down the ladder.
Roger.
10 years later, 114 hours, 22 minutes after leaving Earth, Alan Shepard stepped onto the moon.
It looks like you're about on the bottom step and on the surface. Not bad for an old man.
Okay, you're right. Al is on the surface, and it's been a long way, but we're here.
4 minutes later, he was joined by Ed Mitchell.
The last one is a long one.
Following the tradition of 2 previous missions, Shepard and Mitchell planted the flag in the lunar soil.
How's this, Bruce? Look okay?
Roger, that's a good sight.
The next job was to load the Met, a rickshaw-like wagon the astronauts would use to transport their tools of exploration and collected samples.
One of the big factors in lunar exploration is mobility. In Apollo 14, we had the Met, which let us move further afield than the previous 2 missions. In future missions, we'll use the lunar rover, a sort of moon-going dune buggy. This mobility will mean less time spent in getting from here to there and more time collecting scientific data.
Okay, I'm going to stop here and rest for a minute now. This darn thing's heavier than I expected.
Shepard pulled the Met while Mitchell carried the barbell-shaped package containing an automatic scientific station they would assemble. A station designed to continue broadcasting data to Earth for a year after men departed Fra Mauro.
Okay, Houston, we're proceeding over a very fine-grained regolith we described before. Good heavens, that's a deep hole. Going down in a depression. Deep, very deep depression compared to what it looked like.
Roger, you're visible from about the armpits up right now.
Nothing like being up to your armpits in lunar dust.
Finding a suitable site to place the scientific instruments was the next order of business. Shepard and Mitchell now began setting up the automated scientific laboratory. A small nuclear generator to power the array. The central station to transmit data to Earth. A seismometer to detect and measure activity on and within the moon. A series of 3 experiments to measure charged particles near the lunar surface. An independent experiment to reflect laser beams from Earth, enabling extremely precise measurements of such things as Earth-to-Moon distance, the wobble of the Earth's axis, continental drift, and shifts of the Earth's crust. And a mortar to be fired by a signal from Earth sometime within the next year. The impact of its charges would be picked up by Apollo 14's seismometer. As a final exercise, Mitchell used the thumper, a device to explode a series of controlled shotgun-like charges. The vibrations from these detonations were picked up by a series of instruments he had previously deployed. With the instruments set up and operating, they headed back toward Antares, pausing on the way to collect samples. They loaded their 44 pounds of lunar material aboard the lunar module, and after 4 hours and 50 minutes on the surface, climbed back into Antares. As Shepard and Mitchell rested, Stuart Roosa continued his work from lunar orbit. His photographs would have meaning not only to the scientific community, but would have direct bearing on the planning for coming missions.
Yeah, it's nice to be up on a sunny day again. Yeah, it's a beautiful day here at Small Base.
12 hours, 40 minutes later, Shepard and Mitchell began their second exploration period. After loading the lunar rickshaw, Mitchell began the journey to Cone Crater. Shepard adjusted the television camera, then hurried to join his partner.
Okay, Houston, we're headed just about toward the center of Cone Crater. Okay, point A, Al, is right. It's not quite in the valley, it's right beyond over here. Okay, this is probably pretty good.
Point A, the first stop on the trip to Cone. Here they would collect and document samples, measure the local magnetic field, and take core tube samples from beneath the surface layer.
This is a good place for A. They have an appearance here quite often like raindrops, a very few raindrops have splattered the surface.
The quality of the scientific description by the astronauts could be termed by Earth-based scientists only as excellent.
X.
But now Shepard and Mitchell pushed on. After a brief stop at a second survey site, they began their assault on Cone Crater, a climb not only toward the summit of a lunar mountain, but back through time.
A large crater acts in many respects like a drill, throwing out material from deep beneath the surface. This material should be very different from any we've collected before, perhaps dating back to the origins of the moon and even the solar system.
And we're starting uphill now. Climb's fairly gentle at this point, but it's definitely uphill. Why don't we pull up beside this big crater? Okay, take a break, get the map, see if we can find out exactly where we are.
The maps they were using had been made from photography from lunar orbit. The hummocks, craters, ridges, and boulders took on a new appearance when seen from the surface.
The little limb looks like it's got a flat over there the way it's leaning. Start on up toward the rim? Yeah, just 1 second though. Let me pull a while out. We're having all the fun. And the grade's getting pretty steep. Al's got the back of the mitt now and we're carrying it up. I think it seems easier. Well, that's Okay, we're really going to get a panorama. We've got a tremendous one here, Houston, already. And we're not quite to the rim. But the rocks and boulders getting more numerous towards the top here. Okay, well now that's apparently the rim of cone over there. And we're about almost 2 hours now. That's at least 30 minutes up there. It's going to take longer than we expected.
Now they were working against time, against the oxygen and water left in their backpacks, against the alien terrain. Top a ridge, thinking it's the rim of the crater, and there's another ridge ahead of you.
I don't think we'll have time to go up there. Oh, let's give it a whirl. Gee whiz, we can't stop without looking at the cone crater. Okay. Well, press on a little further, Houston, and keep our eye on the time.
Okay, and so right now we have a 30-minute extension.
Looks like we'll be approaching the rim here very shortly. Okay, we better reconnoiter here. I don't see the crater yet. Agreed.
Standing in a boulder field surrounded by rocks 10 to 12 feet long, the astronauts made their most difficult decision. With the concurrence of Mission Control, they stopped their climb, less than 150 feet from the edge, to begin the more important job of collecting samples.
The crew had no way of realizing they were so close. It was a week after the mission before we determined this by photographic analysis.
While they could overcome the terrain, they could not beat the steady drain of oxygen from their backpacks. In the terms of scientific meaning, the decision not to go on to the rim meant little. In human terms, a great disappointment.
One of these boulders, Fredo, is broken open. They're really brown boulders on the outside, and the interface that's broken is white. And there's another one that most of it is white. They're right in the same area.
The white rock is of different composition to the Apollo 11 and 12 rocks. In fact, the chemistry of all the rocks that have been looked at so far is different to those rocks. Potassium and uranium are 10 times higher, which are the sort of values we might expect if the Fra Mauro rocks represent ancient lunar crust, which of course is what we're all hoping.
Again, it was time. Time to head back to the lunar module.
We're approaching the rim now. Coming into Fra Mauro base.
After a quick side trip to check on the science station, they loaded the lunar module with samples and data and stepped off the lunar surface. The second expedition had lasted 4 hours and 35 minutes, a total exploration of a record 9.5 hours. 33.5 hours after they landed, Alan Shepard and Edgar Mitchell lifted off in the silent vacuum of the moon.
Gas engine is armed. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have ignition. What a liftoff. And liftoff. Roger, ignition. Pitch over. 10 seconds. Roger. Hey, baby. Pitch over is good. Steering looks good, Houston.
Roger, you're looking good from down here, Al.
Coming up on 1 minute.
Half an hour later, Stuart Russo watched their progress from Kitty Hawk.
What are you doing way down there, oh fearless one? You've lost a little weight since the last time I saw you.
Houston Antares, the station keeping at about 100 feet, closing in a little more for the pictures of the service module and command module.
Okay, shall do a loop later.
Okay, make it smooth.
And around we go.
Show us a little style. Oh, you look good.
There I was at 240,000 coming over the top.
That's our home away from home.
Would you believe 360,000?
Yeah. Kitty Hawk is doing an extremely smooth loop. We're sitting at 70 feet, watching him go around. He looks very clean.
The inspection complete, Antares and Kitty Hawk moved together for docking.
Apollo 14, this is Houston. Your go for the docking.
Roger, we got you.
Okay, we captured. And we got a hard dock.
That big sigh of relief being breathed around here.
They transferred the gear from Antares to Kitty Hawk, buttoned up the tunnel, then jettisoned the lunar module. It would crash into the moon at a predetermined spot. Its impact picked up by their seismometer and the seismometer left by Apollo 12 over a year earlier. 149 hours after they left Earth, they performed the burn that broke them out of lunar orbit. During the coast to Earth, there would be time to catch up on sleep, relax, and do all the little things left undone. And there was one more item, a series of scientific demonstrations in zero gravity, demonstrations impossible to reproduce on Earth. These trials looked at basic physical properties of matter in zero gravity, studies that could lead eventually to new materials manufactured in space for use on Earth. On February 9th, 1971, 9 days after they left Earth, the crew of Apollo 14 hit the atmosphere of their planet at a speed of over 24,000 miles per hour. They hurtled toward Earth, a meteor heading home. On board, 95 pounds of the moon.
Extremely important. It relates to the question of why we're fooling around with the moon. It's really that the imprint of history, of solar system history, on the Earth-Moon system is centered on the moon for the first billion years.
What do we hope to gain is we've got a window right now between t equals 0, the beginning of the solar system, and when the Earth so totally messed up itself that we can't look at it anymore. We'd like to look in there, and that window's on the moon.
Apollo 14 has already had a very big scientific impact, and we still have 3 missions left. They'll be heading into even more rugged and more interesting areas of the moon. Beginning with Apollo 15, the lunar rover will let us range further afield and collect more and more varied scientific samples and information. The study of the moon and how, for instance, elements and minerals are distributed in its crust will enable us to learn more about the process of crust formation on Earth, leading to a better understanding of the way that certain elements concentrate in the crust. Will we have had enough missions to the moon by the end of the Apollo program? Probably not. You can never have enough knowledge, but at least it's an excellent beginning.
If they're going to make something that we don't know how to burn in a rocket engine, let's do some research. My name is Diane Linney, and I am working to build refineries and gas stations on the moon and Mars. One of the first things we need to do is we need to dig up our dirt. I was working my vegetable garden using a small rototiller. The dirt was very dry on top, but of course as soon as I tilled it up, I got some wet dirt. And I thought, wow, we're trying to harvest the water out of the soil on the moon and Mars to process it into something more useful. We get to play in our sandbox. We can measure how much soil went up into the scoop. Actually, I wanted to be a lawyer when I was in high school. My high school physics and calculus teacher said, you're a woman and you're really good in math and science, you should try engineering. Up until now, we've taken everything we need with us. We're trying to build gas stations and refineries so we don't have to bring all our propellant with us. Our ancestors called it living off the land. It's just a lot of fun that we get to try and push the technology and make new things.
Hey everyone, I'm Marina Jurica and I am joining you live from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory here in Southern California. And we're going to talk to you a little bit today about the SWAT mission, which launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base last month. Now, the SWAT mission is a joint mission between NASA and the French space agency CNES, and it is going to track water on the Earth's surface at over 90%, which is pretty amazing. Now, joining me in just a few moments is Christine Jabara, who is a test and integration engineer here at JPL, and she's going to tell us a little bit about basically what SWAT has been doing since launch. She's going to give us an update, and we're going to be just eagerly awaiting all of this SWAT science data that's going to be coming down here in the next few months. We're also going to be answering some questions from you that have come in over the last couple of weeks, and we're going to be discussing SWAT with Christine here in just a few seconds. So just bear with me because I'm going to invite her in here to our chat from our sister station, which is at NASA Earth, and then we're going to ask to come alive and be able to tell us all these really interesting things about what it's doing orbiting the Earth right now. So we just invited her in, and there she is.
Hi, Marina.
Hi, Christine. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Well, I've got a 1/3 scale model of SWAT behind me here. So you're going to be able to talk a little bit about that, but you're in a really interesting, cool location on lab. So tell us where you're joining us from.
Yeah, I am at the top of the hill here at NASA JPL in the Advanced Deployable Structures Lab. This is actually where the deployable antennas on SWAT were first prototyped and tested, but we test all sort of deployable space structures up here. So right here is a little paper concept, kind of origami, of a technology we're developing here called Starshade. And what we do for all our projects here is we start with small prototypes and we make them bigger, like this origami behind me. So this.
So it's like a flower waking up.
Absolutely. So I just closed it, but in reality, it's meant to deploy in space. And then over here on the right is an even higher fidelity, more mature technology prototype that we have here. And so, yeah, that's what we do in this building.
And when you say it's on the top of lab, it really is. It really, you know, hundreds of acres here, and you have to hoof it all the way to the top of the hill to get where you are. So you're in super shape.
Yeah, absolutely. We call it the ALPS, the Advanced Large Precision Structures Lab, and it's a pie, but absolutely.
Climbing up the Alps for sure. And that's also where the Karen instrument was born, right?
Absolutely. So the Karen instrument is a radar interferometer that uses two deployable antennas, and the antennas kind of are one on each side of the satellite and deploy out. You can see one kind of behind your head poking towards you. Yeah. And this building has a grid of structure on the ceiling, and we can hang things off of it to simulate the microgravity of space or of orbiting Earth. And we'll test the deployments using that grid. So we actually built a prototype of the booms in this building and made sure that we could deploy it before we actually built the real thing to send to space.
Now, SWOT stands for Surface, Water, and Ocean Topography. So tell us a little bit, Christine, about what it is and what your role was in this mission.
Absolutely. So SWOT is an Earth orbiting satellite, and it'll do the first global survey of Earth's surface water. And so what that means, it'll tell us to a level of precision and accuracy that we haven't had before, where the water is moving, how much water is where, and how that water may be ebbing and flowing in our lakes, rivers, seas, and oceans. And what I did on the project, I've been working on a great team of American and French engineers, along with many other partners, to help integrate and test the satellite. What that means is I helped assemble the mechanisms when they were tiny piece parts, and starting with like a Lego kit all the way up to a giant satellite, we would assemble something, then test it, then it would get bigger, go to the next level, and assemble it and test it until we had the entire satellite. And what we would do is we would put it through environmental testing, which means putting it in a thermal vacuum chamber to simulate space, or putting it on a vibration table to shake it to simulate the rocket and make sure nothing would break. So when we sent it to space, we were confident it would work.
And that's what it is doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about where SWOT is right now, and what are the next steps that have to be taken?
Absolutely. So we launched SWOT a little over a month ago, and since then we've deployed the solar panels, we've deployed the antennas, or some of the antennas. There's lots of antennas on SWOT that don't deploy. And the team in mission operations in Toulouse, France, has actually been slowly turning on the satellite, making sure all the temperatures are reading right, making sure all the instruments are behaving the way we expect them to, and kind of learning how the satellite operates in space, because it's in a new environment. And it's been really exciting to get the updates and say, oh, this instrument's on, here's the first little bit of data, and seeing something that we've worked on the ground for years doing its job and outside of a clean room.
And for folks who are just joining us, we're with Christine Jabara, and we're talking about the SWOT mission, which is a satellite that we just launched over a month ago. And folks at home, they don't realize that this is a pretty lengthy process to turn this thing on and get it working, and then make sure that it's working properly and correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. So SWOT actually is kind of in the commissioning phase and will be in a calibration orbit for almost 6 months, where it's kind of going over the same part of Earth over and over again and calibrating itself to known targets on the ground. And so that when it finally starts doing data for all over the world, we really know that that data is good data and true science.
And as you mentioned, we had a video camera at launch, which was pretty cool, and as it was getting deployed. And you can see a bit of the solar panels right here behind me, as you pointed out, Christine, and a bit of the Karen instrument, which is the main science instrument on board. Tell me a little bit about it. And if you didn't get to see the video, head back to our social media accounts and watch it, because it was really cool. It's the first time we've had the video on an Earth satellite, which was awesome. But tell me a little bit about how these instruments deploy, and tell me a little bit about the instruments themselves on the spacecraft and why they are next generation.
So I'm going to talk about the deployments, and then I'll talk about the instruments a little bit. Our French partners at Kness actually built the solar panels that deployed out, and those provide the power. And those are actually huge. They're about the width of a tennis court. And so they deploy out, and when you see that, you know the satellite's going to get power, it's going to stay warm, and it's always like you're like, okay, game on a little bit. And then the Karen antennas deploy, and those allow us to do the good science, the new novel science that the Karen instrument will do. And actually, those antennas are so big that we can't fully test them on the ground. We test them kind of in segments on the ground. And so seeing the cameras on orbit and seeing them deploy was amazing, because that antenna hadn't fully been tested on the ground as one giant assembly. It had been tested very deliberately, very carefully, very intentionally on the ground. We were sure it's going to work, but seeing it kind of in space all together was really wonderful.
And on that same topic, how fulfilling has it been to see something like literally spread its wings for you after all those years of work that you put into it?
Oh yeah, so personally, I'm very used to seeing the satellite in a clean room, in a very controlled environment. We're all wearing hairnets and gowns and gloves, and we're cleaning it and making sure that everything we add is very documented and perfect, or as perfect as can be. And seeing it in space, it's very gratifying, but part of me is also like, who let this happen? Why is it outside of a clean room? Because to me, I'm so used to seeing it in a clean room, but it's so exciting to see it doing what it was meant to do, right? It's going to be doing science that'll help us understand our home. So that'll be great.
Home is where the heart is, for sure. And Christine, you've had many exciting adventures, and also the SWAT team had a lot of hurdles because COVID happened right in the middle of really your processing.
Yeah, so SWAT has gone through lots of phases of integration and testing, and kind of in the middle of all of it, the pandemic hit. And our partners, half of the satellite was built in France. And so it added some new challenges of how do you build a satellite with our partners who can't travel to us and we can't necessarily travel to them. And we figured it out over time, but at first it took a lot of flexibility. We learned how to video conference in the clean room, so our French partners would watch us assemble various parts of the satellite that they had some authority over, and it was really exciting. But it was sometimes difficult to be like, oh, this team in France is are the experts on this thing, but we need to be doing this here in LA or in Pasadena, and it just caused some flexibility, but it was definitely an adventure.
Yes, an adventure worth taking, for sure. Yeah. And now we're just starting to see the results. And we got some really great questions over the last couple of weeks from our viewers, and you would just be the perfect person to answer some of these. Are you up for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Okay, great. First question comes from Muhammad on Twitter. Congratulations on a successful in-orbit deployment of SWAT. How long does it take to fully deploy the solar arrays? Is this spring back effect normal in solar array deployment?
But I have to say, I'm not an expert on these solar panels because they were built by our French partners. But the solar panel deployment does have about 2 phases. There's like an initial kickoff. So the solar panels are kind of kick off. And then there's like a spooling, like a wire that gets spooled in, and that deploys the solar panels fully. It takes like 20 to 30 minutes, about in that order of magnitude, to deploy. But that is relatively quick when you want to be very careful in space and make sure these work. But our partners have done this many times, so it's exciting to see that they successfully deploy.
And it takes a little while, doesn't it, Christine? It's not, just automatic in 60 seconds they're deployed. I mean, it does actually take some time, and even some time over the course of days.
Yeah, so we don't always have communication with the satellite, and so you carefully plan activities so that you know that you're going to do really big activities like that one, like deploying a solar panel. You do a lot. You could do preparation for weeks just to do it for like 30 minutes to deploy. And the other part of it is you don't want to break anything, or you don't want anything to snag. With deployables, snagging is always a concern. And so we design away the chance of snagging, but the faster you deploy something, the more likely something is to crack or snag or something. So you want to kind of do it in a controlled way as much as possible. But that initial kickoff is important because you kind of want to get away from the body as quick as possible.
Awesome. Okay, so next question comes from Travis Ramirez on YouTube asking, if you could have included one more instrument or experiment to do with SWAT, what would it be?
Okay, so I'm an engineer. I like engineering and building things. I'm not a scientist, so I don't have a good understanding of what sort of climate science might be the most valuable. But SWAT creates a lot of data, and that data is hard to get to the ground because we can only talk to SWAT during some time. We don't have live streaming from SWAT all the time. And so what I would do is actually add another technology called optical communication to SWAT, which is essentially using lasers to communicate data back to the ground, and that helps us get a higher bandwidth of data to the ground. So I think it'd be really cool to have SWAT communicate with lasers back to the ground. Space lasers are always kind of fun to think about, but that's what I would add. But I'm not a science expert. I'm just an engineer who wants as much data as possible.
I think lasers in any capacity sounds really cool.
Absolutely, and it's a technology that JPL is going to launch on the Psyche mission soon. So it's coming. It just didn't make it onto SWAT.
Great. Next question comes from Rachie on Instagram. What made you want to become an engineer, and do you have any advice for anyone out there who is interested in this field?
Yeah, so I was super, super lucky to be a student in the Girl Scout sailing program in Houston, Texas, as well as a first robotics student. And those two programs, sailing taught me aerodynamics and like mechanics of a sailboat, and the robotics taught me engineering and a little bit of that. And so I got exposed to a lot of STEM concepts without even knowing I was being exposed to it. I just thought I was sailing, and I didn't know I was learning STEM. And through those programs, I slowly learned that I wanted to be an engineer. Now, the advice I would give to someone is to follow your curiosity. I was really privileged to have access to those programs, but if you're curious about something, follow that curiosity, and don't let a lack of skills always stop you. There's plenty of resources online, on YouTube, on all sorts of places where you can learn something, and don't be intimidated that you might not know how to use a tool. someone is always willing to teach you, or you can maybe find a resource in your library to follow your curiosity and learn the tools you need to follow your curiosity.
That's so brilliant, Christine. I was a Girl Guide in Canada as well, and so I absolutely loved even just going on nature walks and just getting out there and figuring out what it is that you're passionate about and what you love.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some more questions coming in. So how far from Earth is SWAT? And that's from Akawi Returns on Instagram.
Yeah, so SWAT, as you said, is about 550 miles above Earth. It's kind of in a low Earth orbit, which allows us to collect that really good science data without being too far away.
And is it always going to stay at 550 miles?
It'll be about there for the rest of its life, but it will switch from like a holding orbit for calibration to a slightly different orbit that lets it see all of Earth's surface water.
Okay. And then we've got another question coming in from Jeremy on Instagram. It's hard to tell from photos how big SWAT is. Can you help us better understand how big this thing is? And it's hard too, because this is the 1/3 model behind me, and you can't even hardly see it because basically it's just the center part of it, and it's not everything that's included.
Yeah, so a lot of people will compare it to an SUV before it deploys. So it's about the size of like a really large SUV before it deploys. When I think about it, I think of it more of as like a small school bus. So that's about how it is when it's on the top of the rocket. And then when it goes to space, the solar panels and the antennas, the Karen antennas deploy, and it ends up being about the size of a half tennis court. So it becomes quite large, like it has a large footprint once it's in space, but that doesn't fit in the rocket, so it has to kind of go up all packaged together.
And then everything slowly, surely, as it's been doing over the last 40 days, starts to unfold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Piece by piece. All right. So now I know that you are a big advocate of women in STEM, and I heard you talk a lot about your year in France. We got to spend a lot of time on Instagram together, and I loved seeing all of your posts. So tell me a little bit about how that experience was, spending the year in France working on SWAT with that team. And it was a team, the mechanical team was made up of women, which you also said was just fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. So me, along with some of my colleagues, we actually moved to France for a year to help integrate the American half of the satellite with the French half of the satellite. And that was an incredible experience. We had worked with our French partners remotely over the pandemic, and meeting them in person was really exciting. And personally, it was really exciting because I got to explore France, and I got to work in a new facility and see how they built satellites and kind of mesh JPL's processes with our partners' processes at Kness. So that was exciting. And then the JPL mechanical team is mostly women, and we actually got to go to France and meet many of our counterparts who are also women. And STEM is a male-dominated field, but it was exciting to see like that some of the Kness project was managed by an awesome woman. And I love rock climbing, and I actually talked to her, and she's a manager high up in her career, and she had grown up rock climbing in France, and we got to bond over that and just learning and seeing all of our colleagues on the French side and the American side kind of merge cultures and work together in various ways was really exciting.
And science has no boundaries, and that's what's so amazing about projects like these.
Absolutely, especially earth science. We all care about making sure that Earth, we know as much as we can about the climate. And so our partners are as invested in that as we are.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, Christine. It's been such a pleasure working with you, and I know that you can't wait for that data to come down. Every little piece that comes down is just as exciting.
Yeah, we've gotten the first little bits of data, but I can't wait for the satellite to be calibrated, and we'll get real data. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to work on SWAT with the entire team here at JPL and across the ocean.
Well, thank you so much, Christine. And thanks to all of you guys for being here with us today. If you want to learn more about the SWAT mission, you can follow us here at NASA JPL and also at our sister station at NASA Earth that Christine has been on today. And it's a really great mission, so I hope you have the chance to go back and forward with us as we look forward to that first science data coming down here in just a few months. And remember, at NASA Earth Science, your home is our mission. Thank you so much for joining us here today, and go SWAT!
Go SWAT!
extremely exciting. In my lectures, there are always young people in the audience, and they always want to know when they're bringing it back, you know. And I always say, I don't think ever. I think NASA, you know, they realizes that they have two marks, so to speak, but somehow they can be made to coexist. We had to analyze what had been done by NASA in the past. Finally, we realized that we had to have a unifier, something that was very strong to hold it all together. So over the process of working on it, over the first month, I think we got simpler and simpler with our solutions so that it would work miles away on a T-38 or a rocket or a space shuttle. We were trying to embody in the logo innovation. You know, the organization still had aeronautics as well as space, and so that you see a kind of nose cone design inside of the A's and propulsion, kind of upward thrust. Great simplicity, but still movement.
Roger, roll, Discovery.
The term worm came out of Florida in a newspaper down there, and it was meant to be derogatory, and I personally thought it was very derogatory. And eventually, over the years, the worm became a term of endearment, but it wasn't meant that at all in the beginning. When they started producing apparel a couple of years ago, they found out how young people in particular really like this program, and so they've allowed it to kind of come back to life on its own. It's validation, I think, of the sort of timeless approach that we brought to this. Space is about the future, and if we can still hang in there, and if it still represents that, then it's quite a victory, I think. You know, aesthetics aside, the goal was to do that, to hold up for decades, and apparently it's still it's got better legs today than it did then.
En la NASA, nuestro recurso más importante es nuestra gente.
Una fuerza laboral talentosa, diversa,
dedicada a estudiar los secretos del universo y de nuestro planeta natal.
Para el beneficio de la humanidad.
La comunidad hispana contribuye a diario a misiones esenciales de la agencia.
Trabajando para mantener seguros a nuestros astronautas y misiones en órbita.
Monitoreando los efectos de cambios climáticos.
Prediciendo eventos meteorológicos que pueden afectar a nuestras comunidades.
Ayudando a la respuesta en desastres.
Diseñando los aviones de tecnología sostenible del futuro.
Desarrollando ciencia y tecnología a bordo de la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Desentrañando los orígenes del universo.
Buscando señales de vida antigua en otros planetas.
¡Hemos llegado! Perseverance llegó. Y preparándonos para llevar a la primera mujer y a la primera persona de color a la Luna.
Nuestra diversidad de orígenes y culturas impulsa nuestra capacidad para innovar.
Y hace que nuestra agencia sea más fuerte, incluyente y diversa.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos hispanos.
Somos NASA.
Sigue nuestras historias en NASA en español.
Hey everybody! Technology is always getting smaller. A computer used to take up an entire room, but now it fits in the palm of your hand. Well, spacecraft aren't all that different. They're traditionally very large and difficult to build, but we're working on ways to miniaturize them. We're going to talk all about that on this episode of Crazy Engineering. Hey everybody, we're here with Andy Klesch in one of JPL's smaller clean rooms. We're building CubeSats in here. Andy, what exactly is a CubeSat?
A CubeSat is really just a standard for a small spacecraft, and we're talking a very small spacecraft, 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters at the smallest on here. And yet they go up to about 30 by 20 by 10 centimeters. And we've launched hundreds into low Earth orbit for the last 10, 15 years.
So this really is in a big contrast to how we normally operate at JPL with our larger clean rooms and our larger spacecraft.
It is. We're trying things a little bit different over here. It's much more rapid development, trying things out with 3D printing, and building things up a lot quicker because these missions are a lot smaller.
If I were to build Voyager today, could I miniaturize it? Could I make it really small?
Absolutely not. Voyager has so many different capabilities, and these CubeSats are very, very limited, but they're very focused on what they do, so they can do one thing and do it very, very well.
You're the chief engineer of one of these CubeSat projects. Could you tell us a little bit about the one you're working on?
I work on Marco, or Mars Cube 1.
Can we take a look at the spacecraft?
Absolutely, it's right here.
This looks more like a computer to me than a spacecraft. Can you explain a little bit about how it works?
We have a propulsion system to actually steer us to Mars, a radio to talk back to Earth, and the computer and electronics so that we can actually operate.
So Marco's actually going to Mars?
That's right, we're launching with InSight.
So Marco will travel along with InSight all the way to Mars?
Actually, there are two identical Marco spacecraft, and they'll separate from InSight at Earth. Each spacecraft will then travel to Mars on its own over 6.5 months. Marco's single purpose is to relay data back from InSight during its entry, descent, and landing at Mars. We're really excited about this. It's the first interplanetary CubeSats that we'll have.
What do you see for the future of CubeSats?
Because these are low cost, we see them going to many cool places throughout the solar system. We also see them working together, what we call fractionated space, where the spacecraft is really broken up into all individual instruments, each with a focused task. And together, they're performing the entire mission.
We're hoping to see all kinds of new technology with CubeSats down the road. Andy, thank you so much for showing this to us. Hope you guys had a lot of fun learning about it. Check back soon for some more crazy engineering. If you guys like that, you can click over here to watch more crazy engineering, or click here to subscribe to the JPL YouTube channel. If you want to learn a lot more about what JPL is up to, click this link down here.
I got rice cooking in the microwave, got a 3-day beard I don't plan to shave, and it's a goofy thing, but I just gotta say, hey, I'm a-doing alright. Yeah, I think I'll make me some homemade soup. I'm feeling pretty good, and that's the truth. It's neither drink nor drug-induced, no, I'm just doing alright. And it's a great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. There's some hard times in the neighborhood, but why can't every day be just this good? Oh yeah. It's been 15 years since I left home. Said good luck to every seed I'd sown. Gave it my best and then I left it alone. I hope they're doing alright. Now I look in the mirror and what do I see? A lone wolf there staring back at me. Long in the tooth but harmless as can be. Lord, I guess he's doing alright. And it's a great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. There's some hard times in the neighborhood, but why can't every day be just this good? Sometimes it's lonely, sometimes it's only me and the shadows that fill this room. Sometimes I'm falling, desperately calling, howling at the moon. tattoo, or take my old Harley for a 3-day cruise. Might even grow me a Fu Manchu. And it's a great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. There's some hard times in the neighborhood, but why can't every day be just this good? It's a great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes. There's some hard times in the neighborhood, but why can't every day be just this good?
Hello, I'm Dr. Valerie Neal, a space historian here and chair of the Space History Department. We are in the Moving Beyond Earth Gallery at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum for a program that is sponsored by Boeing Company. We would like to welcome our online audience today, our audience on NASA television, and give a special welcome to students who are here from one of the Washington, D.C. schools, the Whittier Education Campus. We're glad to see visitors from the museum here as well today also. We've gathered today to have a program on Sally Ride, curating her life, because the museum has just accepted a generous donation of personal possessions and papers from Sally Ride. And as you know, Sally Ride was America's first woman astronaut. She was not a girl who aspired to be an astronaut, because when she was growing up, only men were astronauts. But just as she was finishing her education, she realized that NASA was recruiting women for the first time, and she thought, I can do that. Because she was a scientist. She was interested in physics and astrophysics, and space had a great deal of interest to her. She applied and was selected in 1978, along with 5 other women who were the first women selected in the United States to be astronauts. And then she was further selected to fly on the 7th Space Shuttle mission in 1983 as the first woman in space for the United States. She flew again the next year with another first woman, Kathy Sullivan, who did the first extravehicular activity. So together they both made history, and Sally especially became an iconic object. She became a celebrity overnight, something she had never imagined or really prepared for. And she became a national hero, a role model for millions of young women, girls, and even adult women who now realize that whatever you aspired to be, if you worked hard, you could achieve it, even achieve being an astronaut. However, Sally herself did not see herself as an icon. She saw herself as a scientist and an educator. And when she left NASA, she went back into the world of education and spent a full 25 years teaching physics at the university level, and then founding Sally Ride Science. So we're here to honor the collection that we are receiving because it represents many aspects of her life. Unfortunately, Sally died too young and too soon in 2012, and it has fallen to her very best friend, her executor, and her partner in tennis, in writing, and in life to curate her life, to be the custodian of her possessions and papers, and also her life story. And we have with us today Dr. Tam O'Shaughnessy, who is that person. Dr. O'Shaughnessy is herself a scientist and an educator, and she is now the president, co-founder, and CEO of Sally Ride Science. And it's through her generosity that the museum is accepting a collection of almost 200 objects belonging to Sally Ride, and also boxes and boxes of papers, books, notebooks. We also have today Dr. Margaret Weidekamp, who is also in the Space History Department. She is responsible for about 5,000 of the 60,000 objects that are held by the museum. And Patty Williams, who is our acquisitions archivist, and she's very active in collecting the papers of people both famous and less famous. And we're going to hear from all of these women as we go through our program today. All four of us work together to assemble this collection, and we've been working together for the past 2 years to reach this point today. I should say that during the program we will take questions from the audience, both the audience that's present here and our online audience. And we're going to start by talking about what it means to curate a person's life. How does one look at objects and figure out what stories they tell? Which are the memorable stories of that person's life? And more particularly, what choices do we make? What decisions do we make? And why when we're assembling a collection? And even beyond that, how do all these things that are displayed in a museum come into the museum's possession? We thought this would be an interesting topic for our audience to consider, and it's something we certainly have thought a lot about. Before we start talking ourselves, though, let's let Sally tell us a little bit about herself in her own words.
I was sort of a typical Southern California girl growing up. I loved sports. I was outside all the time on the tennis court for probably 2/3 of my waking hours. But when I was inside, science and math were my favorite subjects.
Main engine start. We have main engine start and ignition and liftoff. The liftoff of STS-7 and America's first woman astronaut.
It's just an unbelievable privilege that I was able to experience spaceflight at a time when so few people in the world have had that opportunity. I cherish that every day.
Tam, since you knew Sally the best, would you like to start by talking about this process that you've gone through over the last 2.5 years?
Sure, absolutely. Valerie said, my name is Tam O'Shaughnessy, and I am currently the co-founder and CEO of Sally Ride Science, which is a science education company in San Diego. And probably more importantly, I was Sally's, we met when I was 12 and she was 13 years old playing tennis in Southern California, and we became good friends and later became partners in life. And our interests were so similar, we also started writing children's science books together and then co-founded a company with some of our friends. to try to make a difference in science and math education across our country. So we started Sally Ride Science. And as Valerie said, Sally died way too early. Most people in her family, her grandparents and so on, lived into the 90s, and Sally was prepared to live that long and do many more fun things, but it was not to be. And when she died, I quickly realized that I wanted to make sure that her legacy and who she really was preserved, for future generations. And so what I did is I had no idea how to go about doing this. And I ended up calling our friend, Senator Barbara Mikulski, the good senator from Maryland. She's just this wonderful, feisty woman, and Sally and I would call on her for advice on occasion. So I called Barbara and asked her, Sally was a great saver. You could almost say she could be on one of those hoarding shows, but it was pretty borderline. But she saved everything from the time she was a very young kid, tickets to Disneyland, her tennis card from the Southern California Tennis Association when she was 12 years old, and so on. But it ended up being just this treasure trove of stuff that was, important for me to preserve and do something important with. So Senator Mikulski recommended the Smithsonian, the National Air and Space Museum, as the perfect fit, and put me in touch with Valerie. And Valerie and I had a very wonderful telephone conversation that kind of gave me the confidence that I had found the right home. And then what happened is that Valerie, Margaret, and Patty, we have the two curators and space historians that deal with the three-dimensional objects, and then the archivist. I just learned that you say archivist, not archivist, which I've been saying for my whole life. Anyway, Patty Williams, the archivist, would be responsible for going through all of Sally's papers, very cool stuff from, her essays on Shakespeare that she wrote at Stanford, to her notes on the Challenger accident investigation, and some of her, her observations of some of the other members of the investigation team, and so on and so forth. So these three came out to my home, and this was less than a year after Sally had passed away, so I was still kind of ragged, but I was excited to have them come and look through all of Sally's things. And I'd already been trying to organize our home and just kind of figure out what was what. And Sally was actually a very organized person, and she had a physics study where she kept her all of her physics books from high school and through college. She would never get rid of them. She loved her physics books and her space books. And that's really where she kept most of her NASA films and checklists and just all of this stuff. And then we had a study together that was kind of the Sally Ride Science, our company study, where we kept a whole bunch of other stuff. So anyway, I tried to organize stuff, and then these three came, and the first day that they were at my house, we basically sat in the living room, drinking tea or something, and just talked about, they were, what I remember clearly is just the respect for what were my goals for giving Sally's possessions to the National Air and Space Museum. And we all just sort of got along, and there was this level of trust and belief that we could put together something that would be important for future generations and do it well. So I just, what I was concerned with is I wanted an institution that was going to be around for centuries. That's the Smithsonian for sure. And I also wanted a place where the people who work here cared deeply about Sally, but not just, Sally was an astronaut for 10 years. That, she had 31 other years that she did other things. She was a physicist, she was a science writer, she started a company, and she was very important across our country with space exploration and the 2 accident investigations, and she advised presidents, and all of that stuff is important. Anyway, I just, these 3 sort of became friends for life, and I could not be more thrilled that this is the home for Sally's stuff. Basically, that was her tennis racket when she was like 13 years old. So this was her telescope when she was a kid. So anyway, I'm thrilled.
Well, we were thrilled too, obviously. I'd like to turn now to Margaret, who was the principal collecting curator. And I'll remind the audience that we're going to have questions in just a few minutes after Margaret speaks. So be thinking about what you might want to ask Tam or Margaret as we go along. Margaret, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, I work with what we call our social and cultural collection, social and cultural dimensions of spaceflight, which basically means our memorabilia of the actual space program. That's the biggest part of this collection. And so when I have an opportunity like this to be able to go into someone's home and to think about what do we want to collect, I'm really trying to think about, what are the objects that we want to have at the museum so that generations from now, when people want to know the story of the people who make actual spaceflight happen, they're going to have the right objects that tell that story. And what you're seeing on the screen is a bit of a selection of the kinds of things that we were able to bring here from Sally Ride's personal effects. And so I knew right off the bat that we were going to want to add to what the museum already had from Sally Ride. So you'll see behind me, if you're in the room, we have Sally Ride's flight suit that was given to the museum in the 1980s, and that's on display here in this gallery in the Moving Beyond Earth exhibit. And I knew that we wanted to take that, and then we also wanted to really build into a whole life. Who was this woman? And I actually started my career as a women's historian and later got interested in space history. So I was really aware of how pivotal Sally Ride was as an American woman and how much her story dovetailed with really important stories about the women in the second half of the 20th century. So for instance, the fact that she played organized sports as a youth, and that she competed in tennis tournaments, and so she and her friends were part of this, and that really tells us a story about women as physically active, beginning to get into organized sports, and really she predated, unfortunately for her, the transition that was Title IX, which said legally that you had to have equal funding for men's and women's education, really, and often it's focused on the athletics, which meant that she was one of the very best tennis players at Stanford and did not have a scholarship because there was no such thing as an athletic scholarship for women at the time. So being able to bring in the tennis racket that you see in front of you and also up on the screen began to allow us to tell some of that story. And it really was an integral part of the spaceflight story as well. The part of Sally Ride's application, what made her stand out for the folks who were the managers at NASA, was that they looked at her tennis playing and thought, this is someone who knows how to play a team sport. She's coachable, she's physical, she knows how to follow direction. If you ask her to do a set of physical tasks, she is someone who is adept at that. She knows how to get along with teammates. You can talk to her and she'll be able to really participate in that way. And so the importance of her tennis playing was in many ways a real bridge then to her space flight. And you'll see on the screen, we have also in the archival collection found a letter from hers and your friend Billie Jean King with a note to Sally in 1983 that Billie Jean was not going to be able to attend her launch, but again, making that connection between her career as an athlete and her career as a space flyer.
And Billie Jean King is the woman who broke open women's professional tennis.
Yes,
in much the same way that Sally Ride broke open the astronaut corps.
And demanded parity in terms of pay and all kinds of really important things, both for visibility in her match with Bobby Briggs, but also in terms of the structure for women. So then the other thing that I was doing, and you try to be, you realize you're going into someone's home, and all of a sudden you've gone from, having all of these things to having these curators like literally crawling into your closets and digging under the desk and saying, what's this and what's that? One of the lessons that I got when I came here to the museum 11 years ago was from one of my colleagues. One of our directors, associate directors, is a very famous pilot. And he would tell the story that as a very famous pilot, anytime he went anywhere, someone would give him a plaque. The Chamber of Commerce, the Kiwanis Club, there would be a plaque for him whenever he spoke. And as much as he really appreciated those things, he had a lot of them. And he had a habit, he had an army duffel bag, and he would put them in what he called his plaque sack. That was where he kept those things. And the advice that he had given to some of the curators was, don't collect the plaque sack. Right? When you're going in and you're trying to figure out what are the lasting objects that really tell a story, figure out what the sort is that the person themselves have done. What did they think was important? And so how do you sort those things out? So one of the things that our attention was drawn to was the Shapiro Award, which is here on the table in front of us. It's a baccarat glass bowl that was engraved and given to Sally Ride in 2004 in recognition of her educational endeavors and the work that she had done with Sally Ride Science. And she was tremendously proud of that, which was a public service award, so that she had been very publicly recognized. And this is a picture of Sally with her friends and co-workers and collaborators at the awarding of the Shapiro Award. She had been very publicly recognized for her work in spaceflight, her work as the first American woman in space, her work as the author of what became known as the Ride Report, which was really a defining vision document for NASA. But personally, she was also very proud of her public service and her education work, and I thought that it was important to be able to bring an object into the collection that would tell that story, and that as we're looking to record a whole life, that we would have everything from the tennis racket to the Shapiro Award that would tell a little bit of a story of the arc of who this very important woman was.
Thank you for that. Why don't we take a moment to answer a couple of questions from the audience and our online guests. I think we have an online question already queued up, and it's, what was the most surprising thing you learned about Sally Ride during your research? And I guess that could be answered by any of us. Why don't you start?
I said that the social and cultural collection includes our memorabilia of actual spaceflight. It also includes space science fiction objects that tell the story of how space has been imagined. And I was particularly personally thrilled to find that Sally Ride was a Star Trek fan. Because so many people who build and design and test and fly spacecraft are fans of space science fiction. But it turned out that Sally Ride was not only personally a Star Trek fan, an avid Star Trek fan, but that she also had been brought in when Voyager, the Star Trek franchise show, was started in the 1990s. They invited Sally Ride. That's a show that has a woman, Catherine Janeway, played by Kate Mulgrew, as the captain of that ship. And so they invited the first American woman in space, Sally Ride, to be at a premiere of that show and gave her a communicator pin, one of the Star Trek emblem pins, that was actually a prop from the show, not just a fan piece. And so being able to make that connection tells so many rich stories that are really a core to what we do here at the museum, and I was very excited
and I think
to find that
badge
out.
Was in the composite picture we showed.
Yes, it is. It was in the picture.
Among the medals and medallions. I think we have a question here in the audience. Would you like to ask your question?
Keep talking.
Yeah, keep going. Do we know what prompted her to become an astronaut?
You know, what was your first name again? Denisha? Okay, that's a good question. Actually, you know, as Valerie sort of said, Sally, what planet are we on?
I've been called that before.
Sally? Okay. Sally really never had that goal in mind, but what happened to her is, and it's kind of an important double lesson. She was prepared to take advantage of the opportunity. She was basically eating breakfast in her college cafeteria, and she saw the student newspaper, and it said that NASA was looking for women astronauts and wanted them to apply, and it was the first time in history. And so Sally saw that, and then she just had this moment where it was like, you know what? I want to do that. And before that, she was thinking that she would be a university professor and keep doing research and, you know, live the good life on a college campus. So it was really serendipity a little bit, but she was also prepared because she had studied math and science and so on. Okay.
And her astronaut classmates indicated too that once she became an astronaut, she totally embraced it. She worked harder, she worked longer, she was determined to master every skill that was required. But then there came a point in her life after 10 years of doing that when she realized that wasn't the only thing she wanted to do. And I think there's a lesson in that, don't you?
Sure.
That you don't have to stick with the same thing for your whole life.
Follow your heart. Thank you. Good question.
My name is Nicole, and I'm from Whittier. My question is, what was her aspiration in life before she became an astronaut?
What was her aspiration in life before she became an astronaut?
You know what? That's a good question too. I'm just going to jump in, Patty.
Yeah,
But we
go
got
ahead. You're going to get to me. Yeah.
Sally thought of herself as a physicist. She had a very important teacher in high school, Dr. Momartz, and that teacher encouraged her interest in science and told her that she should take like one of those. I don't know what you call it. Sally was a high school student, but she took a college class. And that teacher helped her decide to become a physicist, even though Sally had no clue what a physicist was or what they did. Did I answer your question? So I think she was thinking she was going to work at a university, teach, do research, and that would be her life.
I'm going to break in here to make a little remark too. I forgot to mention that Dr. O'Shaughnessy has just written a biography of Sally Ride that tells a lot of stories of her youth. And one of the things I found surprising is that when she was in high school, her friends thought she was an underachiever. Yeah. And someone even wrote that in her yearbook, that she was a classic underachiever. But she found herself when she was in her 20s, and that's when she really put her whole heart into it.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to another question. Do we have an online question? A question from the audience? Okay, we'll come back to Q&A in a minute then. I'm next to talk for just a minute about what I as a curator was looking for. I'm the curator for the space shuttle and all the objects related to the astronauts who flew during the period of the space shuttle. And when I came here, we already had Sally Ride's flight suit and had it on display for quite some time. But I was interested in what else we might find from her career as an astronaut and what we might find that from her earlier life that gave some insight into how she ended up becoming an astronaut. So two of the objects that I was particularly pleased to find were this telescope, which as you can see is a child-size starter kit for a telescope that her parents had given her when she was quite young, because she was already curious about nature. She was curious about the sky, the constellations. She just wanted to learn everything there was to learn. And so they gave her and her sister to share a telescope and also a microscope. And so we selected both of those. And her sister, who's about 2 years younger, remembers very clearly that they used to take the telescope out at night into the front yard and look at the stars and the planets and speculate about what might be out there. So that was good to find. We also found slide rules that she had used when she was a physics major in university classes. The helmet I was also delighted to find, because while we had a flight suit for space flight, we didn't have anything really to indicate her love of aviation. All astronauts learn to fly in the T-38 jet trainer. Only the pilot astronauts get to sit in the front seat, but the scientist astronauts sit right behind them and they serve as navigators. And they learn the whole process of navigation. And they wear NASA-issued flight suits for that. But apparently they can choose their own helmet. And so this was Sally's helmet. And I loved it in particular because it's color coordinated to her flight suit. And it has her name in a flourishing script on the back, just above the neck. And to me, this was, and I may be completely off base, it may not have been in her mind at all, but to me, this at least suggested that something kind of stereotypically feminine was in her character too, that she wanted to match. And she just didn't want her name scribbled on her helmet. She wanted it to look nice, look pretty. And so we collected these. I also collected some of her badges from her years at NASA, including her visitor badge from when she went to NASA to interview to be an astronaut, and her astronaut badge. And then Tam took us at the end of our visit into one more room that had a trunk in it. And this is another instance of Sally curating her own life. In that trunk, she had put everything that was really special to her that she wanted to be sure was kept. And that's where the astronaut clothing and the helmet were. That's where the badges were. That's where some special awards and medals and medallions were. And that's where a lot of worn t-shirts were. And I don't mean new t-shirts still in plastic wrap. I mean t-shirts that had sweat stains, and they were faded, they were wrinkled, they had been laundered, but they were all linked to her flights or to the fact that she was a female astronaut. And one of them said, "A woman's place is now in space." And one of them said, "Well, yes, I am Sally Ride's father." And one of them had an enlargement of the logo for her first mission, which subtly had designed into it the symbols for male and female. So there were 4 male symbols and 1 female. So these were all things that she cared about and used. And so I selected a number of those. And I think that indicated to me that we all curate our own lives to a certain extent by what we choose to keep and where we choose to keep it. And Margaret was the first to articulate that among us. But then I realized that's not uncommon. I think we all do that. And then,
well, I'm going to jump in and tell one bad story on you, which is that the curator also has to make very hard choices. Because one of the other things that was in that trunk is a flight suit that is very similar, not the same, Valerie would point out, as the one that we already have on display at the museum. And Valerie very badly wanted a second flight suit. And we said, you know, when we come back to the museum, they're going to say, "We have a flight suit. Why do you need a second one?" And Patty and I kind of collectively talked Valerie down from, you can't have everything. You cannot have everything, and you have to make some choices. And we kind of kept, on our way to the airport, kept thinking Valerie's going to turn the car and like go flying back to that trunk, because she desperately wants the next flight suit that's slightly different. It did have slightly different patches, but we said, you know, when we come back to the museum, they're going to ask hard questions about why did you get a second flight suit when we very clearly, you know, we have one. You know know the museum has one. So, so sometimes even, sometimes the sorting is easier, and then sometimes you're making very hard choices to leave behind things that are kept in very good hands, but that you'd love to have in the National Collection, and you have to make some hard choices.
You did let me take a flight jacket, though.
The flight jacket is a completely different garment.
Right. Okay, Patty, let's talk about papers, because that's a whole different universe.
Yes, it is. And as we've been talking here about the artifacts, and I think when people think about museums, they immediately think, oh, of course, artifacts. But the museum has a very, very fine collection of papers dealing with aviation and space history. In fact, we have over 17,000 linear feet of papers. And historically, they've always kind of dealt with the technological advances that was happening in the aviation and space field. But I've actually been the acquisition archivist now for 26 years, and I've always been very keen to collect the papers of the people behind those technological advances, because I really think that's an important part of the history. And that's especially the case when it comes to collecting papers on women and minorities, because their stories on participating in these technological, mostly male-oriented fields really touches on a lot of social and cultural aspects that make aviation and space history that much richer. And so I was absolutely delighted when Tam reached out to us and said that she had this material. And when I went out there, I was looking for, and I was excited about it for two reasons. Number one, just I knew our researchers in general would be very interested in just the general space aviation material that was in it, but then to take into account Sally's iconic role as the first American woman in space would be just a wonderful resource for our researchers and for our staff. And it would also help complement the artifacts that Valerie and Margaret were picking out. So I went out there and I was looking not only to collect material dealing with her space accomplishments, but just like Valerie and Margaret, I was looking to try to put those space accomplishments as much as possible into the context of her entire life and her professional career. And so I was going to go out there looking for material that happened before she was selected as an astronaut, and then, of course, the period she was an astronaut, and then that large segment afterwards when she was doing she was being a scientist and a professor and an advocate for STEM education. And so I ended up taking 24 linear feet of material. Basically, I took everything Tam would let me take from the house. And I have to say that you said Sally was a hoarder. I've been doing this for 26 years. Right. I have been in hoarder houses. Your house was great. Okay. And Sally was very organized. Again, she very much curated her material. Yep. Almost everything I ran across, I said, wow, that really puts this aspect of her career in a sharp contrast to other parts. So I thought it was all very useful. And what I'd like to do with my segment is I'd like to show you some examples of some of the material that I selected. And I'd like to start with material that I think most people would say, oh, of course you collected this material because it's dealing with her astronaut career. And so what was just on the screen was the checklist for the Canadian arm that she did on her first flight, STS-7. And if we go to the next slide, we can see this is an example of one of the training manuals she had. We collected about 2 linear feet of material just dealing with her astronaut training and her manuals. You can see on the sketch here the Canadian arm coming out the top. That was one of Sally's tasks that she was to do. She was the first woman to do it in space, and that helped her retrieve a satellite. And you can see also what I love about her training materials is that she has marked up, she's highlighted just like you would for any class that you were trying to make sure you passed the exam. Highlighted things, and she also annotated things along the way. So that'll be really useful for our researchers who are interested in understanding the training that the Space Shuttle astronauts were going through. And I'd like to segue from there into a couple of things, talking about Sally's iconic role as being the first American in space. It was first American woman in space. It was a really big deal on both kind of the public arena and also on a private level. So if we can go to the cartoon. Here's a cartoon from the Minneapolis Star Tribune. And this is really kind of touching on, and this was something that Sally evidently had carefully cut out and saved, talking about the stereotyping she had to deal with becoming the first woman astronaut in space. And I just think it's very indicative on the kind of things that were happening on the public area on a larger scale. But if we go to and show something on a more intimate scale, this is a letter that she got from somebody she didn't know, Linda Halpern. And Linda contacted Sally and sent her a copy of this letter that is being shown on the screen. Linda, when she was a girl in 1962, sent a letter to President Kennedy asking how she could become a woman astronaut. And President Kennedy sent it over to NASA, who wrote her back and said, you know, thank you very much, but women aren't astronauts because you don't have the training and you're not physically able to do it. And Linda had actually saved this all these years, sent a copy of this along with a letter to Sally saying, for me, this is such an exciting thing that you're finally breaking this barrier for all of us that were denied that opportunity. So I really love this example. And there's lots of examples of this, from senators to famous people to people who aren't famous at all, like this woman who grew up to be she's a tort lawyer, but it really made an impression on her. So from there, I'd like to talk about, after she flew, she continued to play very important roles in NASA. As Margaret talked about, she was the main author led the RIDE report, which was about kind of strategically where NASA should go. But she also sat on several commissions that were very important. This is one of her notebooks. She was on the Rogers Commission, which was for the dealing with the disaster, the Challenger accident. And she was the only astronaut that was asked to be on this. And this is the outside of her notebook. And if we can go to the next slide, we can show these are actually the notes that she wrote as she was going through these. And these are fascinating and going to just be very interesting for our researchers that were going through what the problems were with that flight when it exploded, and what the commission members, specifically Sally, were thinking about how to get NASA back on track. For example, these pages are kind of showing the problems with they didn't have enough parts, they didn't have enough time, basically didn't have enough resources, so a major problem that NASA was having. So that's kind of the things that people would expect us to have. But I also collected, if we can go to her physics, I don't know how well you can see this, she did keep all her physics homework, which is like amazing. Now, I can't tell you what this says or means because I'm a historian, but the fact that she kept it and was so interested in it, I think really speaks. So I took them all. I took probably a box of her undergraduate work. She had a undergraduate degree in both physics and English. And you can see how that just really, being a physicist was very important to her. Not only did she keep all those, it shows how interested she was in science. And I also collected material dealing with what happened. I'm sorry, you can go back to the other one. I wanted to show how it kind of continued on. This is, after she left NASA, she went back, she was a professor at University of California at San Diego, and she published over 40 papers, mostly based on her physics research. So she was an incredible physicist. And the other one that you can go to now is her English homework, which I love because the professor wrote on this, I hope you're as good as physics as you are in literature, which you're very fine indeed, which, and yes, she was. And I think one reason I collected her homework from college is it really shows how she was setting herself up to be an excellent scientist and a great communicator, which is what her English degree brought her. And that's why she was so sought after, I think, on commissions. She was a person of integrity, but she could understand the science and she could communicate it with others, and that's what made her so very successful at that. And then the last thing I'm going to do is I have to show my favorite picture that I found, which is a mocked-up picture of Sally reading a childhood book, and somebody had done a thought bubble, and those are some of the controls that would have been in her on the space shuttle. And this was actually, I didn't see this the first time around until I got back. This was actually in that first manual I showed you on the first page, so she took that up into space with her to remind her.
That is a
very
great
good.
segue. The picture of Sally with a book
Yeah.
is a great segue back to Tam, to let Tam talk for a couple of minutes, if you'd like, about the process of writing your new book, a very personal biography of Sally by the person who knew her best in the world. Would you like to share with us a little bit about what is it like to be a biographer?
You know, it was a really, I thought about writing a children's book about Sally for a lot of different reasons. And I started working on it 6 months after Sally died, and it was simultaneously torture to be thinking about her, looking through photographs and so on, but it was also very comforting and a good process for me. And you know, what I really cared about was writing a book that told the story, kind of the true story about Sally, who she was, what she was really like, what she cared about, and at least some of the very cool things that she accomplished. You know, of course, being the first American woman to fly in space, but all the other stuff too, that, you know, she was a person, she didn't cash in on her celebrity. She worked, you know, and she dived into the things that interested her and worked really hard. And I think that's an important story for boys and girls, you know, across our country to know. And the other thing is that, you know, this is a very personal book, and but the other thing that I think is so important is that there are very few biographies, especially about American heroes, who are gay or bisexual or whatever whatever the right little box is. So I just thought it was important to tell the true story, and you know, young people are very savvy, and young people, you know, even in upper elementary school, are they're smart, and they see what's going on in the world, and they have opinions, and I think young people, maybe even more than us older folks, you know, kind of respect individuality and people's decisions. Anyway, I just thought it was an important story to get right and to be honest about. And what I really hope is that, you know, the young people who happen to read the book, you know, kind of come away and go, wow, what a fun and full life Sally Ride had. And then the other thing I kind of hope that they come away with is sort of like, you know, you know, love is love, no matter the gender of the couple. You know, love is the bottom line. So, and I was very fortunate because Sally did save so many, you know, I had just this treasure of photographs. And so, you know, I'm lucky, you know, I worked hard on the writing, and I actually did the writing first. And then I'd gone through all the photographs, so I kind of knew which ones would fit in the various places. But I wrote the story first and then added the photographs. But the photographs are just amazing, you know, and just help tell the story of her life.
And we have that book here today, and immediately after this program, Tam will be going to our shop and we'll be signing books there. So if anyone's interested, you can chat with her for a few minutes, talk about the book, and have a little one-on-one time to ask some other questions. But before we close out the program, I'd love to hear a few more questions from our audience, and I see we have a couple lined up, so go ahead, please.
My name is Nia, and I'm from Whittier. And my question is, what is Sally's favorite subject and why?
What was her favorite subject?
Do you want to answer that? What was her favorite
What's
subject?
your favorite subject?
I like reading.
You like reading? Yeah. Okay, actually Sally loved to read. And so she loved to read all sorts of books. And I think, you know, probably starting in middle school, science became, kind of rose on the list and became her favorite subject. And then by the time she got to the end of high school and college, it was really, it became physics. Who knows what physics is? No, it's the, you know, it's the law, it's the way the universe works. It's the fundamental forces and well, forces is probably the way to say it. Forces and particles that determine everything. And she was just fascinated to know that. And she also was a little bit, you know, she liked that physics was hard, you know, so that she could say, I'm a physicist. I learned that hard stuff. I'm pretty cool. Thank you for your question.
Let's take an online question, which is, what was the most surprising thing you learned about Sally Ride doing your research?
We did that one.
I think we did that
We
one,
did
but
that.
I actually would be, I know what we found when we got to the house to work through things. I would be kind of curious to know, to you, going through the process of re-examining all of these things and trying to write the biography, what's the most surprising thing that you learned during your research?
That is a hard question. You know, it wasn't a surprise, but it was kind of a wonderful reminder. And actually, you know the 1-minute video of Sally? You see it in there, and it was like, Sally enjoyed her life. She had fun. She was smiling in almost every shot during the video. You know, she was having fun with her teammates. She was having fun being in space. And you kind of imagine a person being very serious or maybe scared or all sorts of things. And she was absolutely in the moment having fun. And that was really, Sally had a really good life. And the reason she had a good life, she was blessed with a very solid, stable family, but she was also really blessed with the ability to live in the present moment. When you were with Sally, she was with you. She wasn't distracted, she wasn't looking back, she wasn't looking forward. And she had a very fun and fulfilling life. So yeah, it was kind of that reminder that, you know, she had fun. She was a happy kid. She was a happy teenager. She was a happy astronaut. You know, it's just kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And apropos of that, when she landed after her first mission, she said, I think that's the most fun I will ever have in my life. So, yes, do you have a question?
My name is Kasir Pervez, and I'm from Whittier Education Campus. And my question is that, how does her athletic ability help her to be an astronaut?
How does her athletic ability help her to be an astronaut?
Good question. Good question.
And Margaret addressed that a minute ago, but you're an athlete too. Maybe you could comment on some of the characteristics.
You know, I actually think it's two things. It's especially at that time, it's sort of the uniqueness of it makes you stand out to, if you apply for a job or even apply to go to college. If you have something else, you know, that you're on a soccer team or you play volleyball or you play tennis, it makes you stand out. Okay. And so that helped Sally, and that's what Margaret was referring to when Sally applied to become an astronaut in 1977. But the other thing is playing sports and having to work with coaches and teachers and teammates, and also being in competition. You know, you don't win all the time. You lose, and you got to learn to cope with that. And that's my mic, sorry. And so there's lots of really cool lessons you learn from sports or playing a musical instrument or any of the other extracurricular things that you love. They help you with all aspects of life. So, and you know, Sally, as part of our company, this is beyond your question, but I go off. But Sally would, as part of our company, would give talks around the country. And many times parents or teachers would say, you know, I've got this smart kid, boy or girl, and but the trouble is, you know, the trouble with my daughter or son is that they like football or they want to play the clarinet. And Sally would say, so what? Let them do it. You don't, to be a scientist or to be anything, you don't have to just do one thing. because if you follow the things you enjoy doing, they help, everything kind of reinforces everything else.
Sure.
Anyway, sorry for a 48-hour long question and answer.
If I could comment on the photograph we had with the 4 girls lined up at the net on the tennis court, the one that is second from the left is Tam O'Shaughnessy, and the one on the right side is Sally Ride. And you were both about 14 then, competing against each other.
Yes.
And if I recall the story, you were actually the better player. You played pro for a while.
I would say
right?
that, and Sally can't deny it. She can't change the story. Yeah.
Oh, well, I think this has been...
We might have one last.
Oh, okay.
I'm Charlotte York from Atlanta, Georgia. And my question is, you know, men and women were traditionally kept separate, like in the military, and here she is, a woman in space with all these men. And I just wonder how that was for her. How did they treat her as a woman? That's my question.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I think they treated her as one of the guys, and she considered herself one of the guys. She used that phrase, and Margaret can back me up on this. I think those first 6 women that were selected into the astronaut corps did not want any concessions made to them because of their sex. The only thing they asked for was a separate restroom and shower in the gym at Johnson Space Center. But other than that, you're on a crew, you're all there to accomplish your mission, you all carry the same load, and you're part of a team. And by the time they actually flew in space, they had been sharing an office together for more than a year. They had been on wilderness survival training together. They were essentially a family. It was like, in a way, it was hard work, but it was also like going camping with your best friends. So she never reported any discomfort. I think she did suggest that they add a privacy curtain to the toilet compartment, which is literally a little closet almost, and it was awkward to close the door. So she suggested a curtain, and they all benefited from that.
I think NASA worried a lot before women joined the astronaut corps about how would this work in such a small space. And part of the reason it worked is that those first 6 women, Sally Ride and the others who were in that class from 1978, were so good at what they did. I mean, they were just deeply competent. You know, if they were given a task, they learned every part of the task. And that was in a group of 35 new shuttle astronauts who were all deeply competent, you know, get that job without working very hard. And so I think they proved themselves equal to that. And then by the time they went into space, they weren't thinking about, oh, this is the one woman, or this. They were a group with a task, and they were all very interested in doing it well.
Yeah, I would say that I think the astronauts felt that way. I think the public was who had the difficulty kind of with that, and you get the kind of sense of frustration if you see Sally in any of her interviews when, you know, they're asking, you know, do you cry when you get upset? And she's like, I bet you don't ask the guys that question. And you know, so I think that was very frustrating for her. But within the crew themselves, they were also such competent professionals. I don't think they saw it at all. I mean, it was just, you know, a crew together. So
right. There were folks who had roses for her when she landed,
yes.
and she did not take them. But there were not roses for the whole crew, so she was not interested in being singled out in that way. You know, some sort of Miss America moment.
Right.
And, I think for a person who never sought celebrity, she did gradually learn how to cope with celebrity, but she really lived her life as a private person, and when she needed to be in public, she could adopt that role, but I think it took a toll on her. It exhausted her. Some people are energized by being in the public eye. She needed to retreat from that, and she had a really good sense of how to keep that balance in her life. I would love to keep this conversation going for the rest of the afternoon, but I know that our audiences online and on television and even here probably have some other things they want to accomplish this afternoon, and we're going to whisk Tam off to a book signing. But before we do that, I would like to thank Boeing again for sponsoring this series of programs, What's New in Aerospace. I'd like to thank the students from both schools who came today. Thank you for coming. I hope you're here not just because it got you out of class for a couple of hours, but because you really wanted to come to the museum. And I certainly would like to thank our panelists, Patty Williams, archivist, Margaret Weidekamp, curator, Tam O'Shaughnessy, author, educator, and biographer of Sally Ride. You can tell, I think, that we established a relationship over the last couple of years, and you always do establish a relationship with a donor, but sometimes it's a business relationship. Sometimes it's a much more personal one, and we all really enjoy each other, and we really enjoyed working together, and we're most appreciative that Tam chose the National Air and Space Museum to be the place to go to find objects and papers from Sally Ride's life. If you have friends and family who might be interested in watching this program, it will be on our website, the National Air and Space Museum's website, starting tomorrow. And if you know anybody watching NASA television at home, NASA will be showing it throughout the day today and tomorrow. So spread the word that you now know what historians and archivists do. And I hope you have a much better understanding of Sally Ride's significance, not just as an astronaut, but as a fully dimensioned human being. Thank you for being here.
Mission and liftoff. Touchdown confirmed. Hello, United States.
To explore every phase of cosmic history.
For generations, we have dreamed about a place to live and work in space, a space station. And right now, 260 miles above us, that dream is a reality. We dreamed that life up there would benefit life down here. That dream has come true. Can research on board the space station lead to cleaner drinking water on Earth? Can it help farmers produce better crops? Can it inspire a generation of students? Can it even save a life? The answer to these questions is yes. It already has. As the work aboard the International Space Station begins to reach its potential, the benefits to humanity are evident. These are just a few of the stories from people who have realized those benefits in their own words.
Is that 2? You say 2?
I found a big lump in the side of my face, and I kept going to doctor after doctor. And I was in so much pain at that time. I was like dying in bed. It hurt so bad. I've never been in so much pain. I went for my first MRI, and then it showed up with like hundreds of tumors all over. And then they sent me to, not Dr. Sutherland, but someone who works in his office. And he thought it was neurofibromatosis, which I have.
We didn't even realize what that was. We'd always heard it called the elephant man disease. There's different types of neurofibromatosis. One of them, the tumors grow on the outside of your skin. The other one, the tumors grow on the inside, and hers grow on the inside.
A long time ago, when we were thinking about this, we approached McDonald Detweiler Associates. It's a company that happens to be located in Canada that built robots for space. They built what Canadians call Canadarm, and then they constructed the special purpose dexterous manipulator for the International Space Station. And the idea was, if they could build such complex robots, perhaps in collaboration with medicine, we could build a robot that could operate inside an MRI machine.
We did not realize that it was built out of the same material as the space arm, and we're quite amazed that that's what he had made it out of.
But it's the multi-dexterity of the robot, and that robot could perform tasks that made us become increasingly confident that we could overcome the challenges related to building a robot that could operate inside an MR machine with the precision, the accuracy, and the dexterity of a neurosurgeon. It just so happened that the first individual was a young woman, and the young woman harbored a fairly complex tumor underneath the front part of her brain. A machine like NeuroArm can manipulate tools at an accuracy of 50 microns. That is overwhelmingly superior to what the best surgeon might be able to do.
I think it's fabulous. To me, it's actually mind-boggling that someone can take that material and put it into a life-saving device that can help millions of people.
I honestly think that right now I'd be bedridden. I would not be able to get out of bed if it was not for my doctors. My parents would be taking care of my kid right now. I guess I'm glad that it hopefully helped people who have my disease, and I hope that it helps people who need surgery in the future. If they're ever propositioned with a chance in the future to have something done like this, I hope they take it.
Estamos en la comunidad Tres Picos.
We're in the town of Tres Picos.
Es una purificadora de agua que utiliza.
This is a water purifier that uses technology developed by NASA and makes free purified water available to all of the people of the community.
La tecnología fue desarrollada para
the technology was developed by NASA for the International Space Station.
En el caso de esta comunidad, viene de la red.
In this community, the water comes from the town. But in other communities, where we are working in Chiapas, it comes from the wells, from rivers, from streams, from springs. The water can come from practically any source that you can imagine. People who drink contaminated water alter their health. Their children's development is diminished.
Yo me llamo Raquel Pérez Pérez y soy asistente.
My name is Raquel Pérez Pérez, and I am the campus assistant of this school. There were lots of children with parasites and stomach bugs before the purified water came. Now the kids are healthier because they now drink purified water from the plant. The energy that is being used is solar, and the children come to recess with their cups and they get the water themselves. They are happy now and they want to come and drink water all the time.
When you get involved with a plant of this kind that gives people access to pure water for human consumption, that is going to prevent people from getting sick. What you're really doing is improving people's health, but also you're improving the economy for these people. If we could put one of these plants in every community and have people use it, you would have resolved one of the most important sources of health problems. at least in the rural areas of Mexico. That's the truth.
Bien usado cambia la vida de una comunidad. La cambia, la modifica.
If it is well used, it can change the lives of an entire community. It gives you children that learn more. It gives you parents who spend less money on medicine. It changes the future.
Our farm is called AWG Farms, started back in 1975. It's a family-run farm. I have 2 brothers now, and my son-in-law is in the operation. This will be a 3rd-generation farm in this particular area. The main crop is sugar beets. Then we have spring wheat, sunflowers, soybeans, corn, and once in a while we'll raise some edible beans. Remote sensing is a way to look at our crops during the growing season to be able to determine if we need to do any monitoring of disease and or fertility differences. There was an organization over in Grand Forks, North Dakota called UMAC. That organization put a camera on the space station called Isaac. Well, the biggest problem with satellite imagery is the fact that Landsat we get every 16 days. And on that 16th day in this region, if we have cloud cover, that image is virtually useless for us. So then we have to wait another 16 days. The biggest thing with Isaac, we would get much more often. When we wanted to get that particular image, Isaac gave it to us when we wanted it versus a more rotational type satellite. And they were able to get imagery to us with a couple bands of light, the more necessary ones that we needed, which is near infrared and red. Near-infrared band is something to do with biomass, how the crop is growing. More biomass, usually more yield potential. We're able to obtain a piece of software that's written by a local programmer in this region that allows us to take these images and manipulate them into zones within the field itself. And by doing that, we can see different patterns in the field. And within those patterns, we can manage the field differently based off of biomass or reflectance of the field itself. It's just a tool that we can use as a reference to be able to make better decisions. And by doing that, our farm is more profitable. And that to me is very important.
I grew up out in the country in Indiana. Corn and soybeans were the main crops. I had always been interested in technology and in science. Being out in the rural setting, there wasn't a whole lot of support for this. Space Jam is an annual weekend Boy Scout event, and we do all kinds of technology-based things. We have about 1,000 people that come every year. This is our 7th year doing it, and it's a blast every year. The contact with the International Space Station was one of the driving forces that helped to create Space Jam. In fact, the first Space Jam was really basically only about the contact.
It was a dream of the ham radio operator to say, hey, I want to talk to the astronauts on the space station. How cool could that be? That's the top of the game.
Each year we call up the International Space Station and we give these young kids the opportunity to ask questions to the astronaut.
Is it true that it will take over a year to get to Mars and back over?
It absolutely is true.
The first time that I remember really having this real impression was, I think the 3rd year we did this. I was in charge of actually calling up the space station and establishing the contact. We were out in the middle of the night in a field, and I said, NA1SS, NA1SS, this is WB9SA, calling for a scheduled contact. Do you copy, over? And I said it again, and all of a sudden, real crisp comes back, WB9SA, this is the International Space Station, how are you doing tonight? And we're like, oh, this is amazing. I graduated as valedictorian, and I was lucky enough to be admitted to Princeton with a complete scholarship, and I then moved to San Francisco, where I'm a software engineer. So I went from living on a farm to living downtown in San Francisco, writing software for people. It was a really amazing experience to do all that.
Minas Gerais is a large state. Our territory is about the size of France, and we consist of 853 units and municipalities. There are large distances between our communities and many very isolated rural communities. We are using new technology that impacts the quality of prenatal care and the diagnostic capacity of the primary care doctor in these situations involving distant, isolated communities.
Providing medical care for people in remote locations, like distant rural communities or the International Space Station, can be difficult, because trained medical personnel are not always available. NASA research teams develop techniques that enable astronauts aboard the space station with minimal training to operate an ultrasound device using simple printed guide. The ultrasound images are transmitted in real time to a doctor back on Earth, who can make medical decisions without actually being aboard the station. These same techniques have been adapted for use with portable ultrasound devices in communities where expert medical care is not always available.
Bom, meu nome é Joaquim Edebilson Diniz.
My name is Joaquim Diniz. I'm a doctor in the town of Manga.
Manga, a gente vive uma
In Manga, people live with a particularity, and that is isolation.
Nós temos uma barreira geográfica que é o Rio São Francisco.
We have a geographical barrier that is the São Francisco River, which is both a blessing for the region, but it also isolates us.
Direita do Rio São Francisco. Nós vivemos numa região em que os
We live in a region where financial resources are few. People do not have a lot of work, but they are honest, good people who do not have much opportunity. So there are many needy people who need these resources and rely only on this institution to provide assistance.
E uma tecnologia dessa que vem.
This is a technology that helps us solve many problems.
Que teve caso de uma paciente que estava com insuficiência respiratória grave.
That was the case of a patient who came to the hospital with severe respiratory failure, and the people realized she would die in just 20 to 30 minutes. We talked with Dr. Parzelli, who was training us to use the ultrasound. He came and applied the ultrasound and discovered large amounts of fluid around her lungs and heart. We performed the procedure and drained a lot of fluids. In 10 minutes, the woman immediately experienced an improvement, and in half an hour was already walking. It was like a miracle, a rise and walk. She was dying in front of us without people knowing what was happening. This ultrasound was instrumental in saving the life of that patient.
We've only begun to see the International Space Station's benefits to humanity. These are just a few of the ways that the science and research conducted aboard the ISS is improving lives today. There are countless more benefits to come, sometimes in ways that we have never predicted. Every day, hundreds of scientists around the world are working with the crews on board the International Space Station to perform life-changing research. Every day, they use the weightless environment of space to conduct experiments in ways that can't be done here on Earth. And every day, those experiments improve life for people all over the world. This will be the legacy of the International Space Station's benefits for humanity.
From space, we see deep into the heart and veins of our ever-changing planet. Pictures of Earth are worth more than 1,000 words. They are the blueprint for our future. To unlock the full potential of space's unique vantage point, we've created powerful tools. Tools that gather valuable data. Data that enables farmers to efficiently manage water and fertilizer for stronger food yields. Data that scientists use to monitor ticks and mosquitoes that carry harmful diseases. Data that first responders use to find the fastest routes to save lives. That's only a glimpse of what we can do today. In the future, when combined with AI and powerful computing, a broader range of space data would generate infinite solutions for Canadians. Imagine a future where we can use space data to better understand and predict the impacts of climate change, like rising sea levels, extreme weather, wildfire risk, and flooding. Measure the health of our forests and create predictive maps of pest damage and burn extent. Produce real-time dynamic navigation routes to protect whales and other endangered species. Ensure security and sovereignty in Canada's vast Arctic. Tomorrow's challenges require investing in innovative solutions today. Earth observation is key to securing economic opportunities and improving the lives of Canadians. Together, we can define Canada's future.
How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
I'm in first grade and I'm watching Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin dancing around like every other kid who's out there watching this. They want to go do this. This is the coolest thing ever. And I remember asking my dad, what kind of job do I need to have growing up that I can make enough money that I can go fly to the moon? And he goes, well, there's a job out there called being an astronaut. And if you are that, they will pay you to go to the moon. They're going to pay me to go to the moon. That's it. I've made my career decision. I'm going to go be an astronaut. I did not think the experience of spaceflight would change me. I hear about these people going having this overview effect, and they come back and what am I going to go experience out there that's going to change who I am? But it made me think about a lot of things. And so for the first part, we all had that part where you're seeing the Earth and you see yourself next to the Earth and you feel very tiny next to the Earth. Then you turn the other way and the Earth seems very tiny compared to the cosmos out there. And so you feel like you're 2 orders of magnitude down in terms of the size of things out there. All of life, all of the history of life, all of your life and everybody you know is in this little tiny membrane of air that sits on top of this planet. And beyond that membrane of air is this abyss of space. It's just, there's nothing life-giving about it. And that's it. That's all that separates you. And it makes you feel like we're in a very tiny spot out here. As big as the Earth seems, it seems suddenly very, very finite. One of the things that got me one day, we had some time off, and I wanted to go get some pictures of items that had flown up for other people out there. And so I get out there and I crank open all the different panels on the cupola window, and just by dumb luck, we were flying down the spine of New Zealand. So you've got this emerald green island with all the mountains, and you've got the ocean out there as the backdrop for all these photos. And it almost made me forget to take the pictures because I was too busy gawking at New Zealand out of the cupola as we went over it. Going on my very first spacewalk, I looked down, and that was my first mistake because this was the Amazon rainforest beneath me. It's February, I guess it's summertime in the southern hemisphere, so I could see all the way down to the river itself and all the dark green lush jungles, the brown river and all the estuaries flowing into it. I can see this muddy delta going out into the Atlantic Ocean, and I could see the gray and snow-capped peaks of the Andes Mountains all out to the west. And so despite my best intentions, Mother Nature was saying, you will not ignore me, you must pay attention. And I'm just sitting there just gobsmacked looking at this thing and trying hard to tear myself away. Fortunately, my lead spacewalker, Steve, he just sat there and said, just take your time and take the scene, and you will never see something like this again, ever, so you might as well get the experience now. My advice for humanity is this is a great place to start, but don't stick around here very long. We have opportunities out there. I forget who it was who said, if humankind was meant to explore the universe, God would have given us a moon. We need to take advantage of that, use that as a leaping pad to get off into other places. Someday we're going to need to be from space and not going out there, simply going into it.
Yo nunca me hubiera imaginado trabajar para NASA. Cuando yo era pequeña yo quería ser cartero porque me impresionaba la idea de poder caminar por las urbanizaciones y ver las casas de la gente y conocer. Soy Laura Delgado López, soy originalmente de un pueblo que se llama Trujillo Alto, en las afueras de San Juan, Puerto Rico. Llevo casi 3 años en la NASA y soy lo que se llama un analista de política pública en la división de ciencia. Yo trabajo en un campo que se llama política espacial y la política espacial tiene que, yo la defino como explicar el por qué y el cómo de las actividades espaciales. Mi trabajo como analista de política pública envuelve asegurarnos que en la agencia estamos siguiendo las políticas, las leyes, las regulaciones que afectan este tipo de actividad, pero que también estamos teniendo un impacto en esas mismas políticas, informando con los últimos descubrimientos que hacen nuestros científicos. Un ejemplo de política espacial que tiene que ver con la política científica y con las actividades científicas, recientemente llegamos a Marte con el rover Mars 2020. Mars 2020 va a recoger unas muestras de la superficie en Marte que puede que nos ayuden a responder preguntas muy importantes sobre si estamos solos en el universo o si ha habido en el pasado vida en Marte. Esa pregunta, aparte de ser fundamental para la humanidad, también impactaría mucho políticas que tienen que ver con, por ejemplo, cómo regresar muestras de otros planetas y de otras partes del universo de una forma segura a la Tierra, de forma que no causen un riesgo. Así que cuando uno piensa en política espacial, hay expertos, ingenieros, científicos, expertos legales, etcétera, expertos en ética, que entonces ven este tipo de actividad y trabajan juntos para definir esas reglas que nos van a proteger en el futuro. Una de las cosas que más me gusta de mi trabajo es como en la división de ciencia va a traer gente que es experto en disciplinas tan variadas y me encanta reunirme con expertos que quizás son los líderes en su campo, en su disciplina. Entonces yo serle útil también y poder explicarle, mira, esto es lo que está pasando en el Congreso, esto es un asunto que se está discutiendo en Casa Blanca, que puede impactar tu programa, etc. A mí me gusta mucho y disfruto esa interacción en la que podemos como compartir lo que ambos sabemos. A los 3 meses de estar trabajando en la agencia, me acuerdo estar caminando, creo que en Nueva York, y ver gente con unas camisas con el logo de NASA. A mí me impresiona tanto que el logo de NASA sea tan famoso. Está por todos lados. Y fue como la primera vez que me sentí reconocida. Yo trabajo allí, me emocionó mucho. Mi familia está bien orgullosa de mí, eso me da mucha felicidad y cada vez que yo puedo compartir cosas como esta, que son en español, me emociona mucho porque sé que puedo compartirlas con ellos. Soy la menor de 3 y mis padres son ambos retirados del sector de psicología. Así que yo creo que lo único que sabía cuando era pequeña era que no iba a ser psicóloga. Aparte de tenerle mucho respeto a la disciplina, yo tengo la dicha de que puedo representarme como yo soy y puedo hablar español y puedo traer mi arte y mi música y todo lo que me apasiona. Y puedo hacerlo de una forma honesta y segura porque las personas con las que me estoy reuniendo hacen lo mismo. Y yo creo que eso al final nos enriquece como agencia y como comunidad. Así que me entusiasma mucho la idea de que esa diversidad va a seguir creciendo y de que voy a estar caminando por los pasillos de la NASA y voy a conocer gente de todas partes del mundo. Los últimos 18 meses han sido tan difíciles en todos aspectos para tanta gente que uno puede encontrar como felicidad y orgullo en cosas bien específicas, personales, profesionales. Yo soy artista, por ejemplo, así que poder hacer mi arte ha sido bien importante en los últimos 18 meses. Así que cuando no estoy trabajando y leyendo sobre política espacial, estoy dibujando. pero también me siento muy orgullosa de trabajar para la agencia porque siento que nos han cuidado a nosotros los empleados y están tomando decisiones difíciles para protegernos, pero a la misma vez poder permitirnos hacer nuestro trabajo que nos apasiona y que es tan importante. El consejo que le daría a una persona que está interesada en política espacial, primero, que lean mucho sobre el tema. Segundo, es tratar de conocer gente y como involucrarse en la comunidad. Mantener como esa flexibilidad y mantener esa idea de que puedes seguir conociendo gente y aprendiendo sobre carreras nuevas que quizás no habías considerado. Es como una parte bien importante de poder progresar en esta comunidad.
It's a new era of pioneers, star sailors, thinkers, and adventurers.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Let's go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the material to pursue the exploration of the universe.
NASA 1, we have an ejection. We have an ejection. The aircraft is descending over the North Base area. I have a chute. The pilot's out of the seat and the chute is good. Okay, Bravo, copy.
We had a highly competent team, very experienced, many flights under their belt. We had a number of pilots that flew the airplane. The pilot in particular that was flying that day had been on the program from the very beginning, highly experienced with the X-31.
Each mishap has its own set of circumstances and its own sequence of events. But you find similar issues: communications, complacency, assumptions that haven't been warranted, human frailties. And you have to account for these things in a program.
This is like a chain. You make a chain when you have any of these accidents, a chain of events. Any link of the chain, if it were broken, you would not have an accident.
This was the A-team. We had the best people from every discipline, from every organization, and we lost an airplane. So if it can happen to the best team, it can happen to any team.
The X-31 research effort began in the late 1980s as an international program involving DARPA, the U.S. Navy, Deutsche Aerospace, the German Federal Ministry of Defense, and Rockwell International. The program's goal was to explore the tactical utility of a thrust-vectored aircraft with advanced flight control systems, using an aircraft designed and built specifically for that task.
The X-31 was a real pioneering program. And in fact, the X-31 program pretty much wrote the book on thrust vectoring, along with its sister program, the F-18 HARV.
The initial X-31 flight tests were conducted at Rockwell's facility in Palmdale, California. But in 1992, NASA and the U.S. Air Force joined the X-31 research team, and the test flight program was moved to the Dryden Flight Research Center on Edwards Air Force Base. And before too long, the X-31 was turning in some extremely impressive results. By any measure, the X-31 was a highly successful program. It regularly flew several flights a day, accumulating over 550 flights during the course of the program, with a superlative safety record. And yet, on the 19th of January 1995, on the very last scheduled flight of the X-31's ship number 1, disaster struck.
This particular flight had been on the books for some time to get done, and it was, by our standards, an absolutely routine flight.
We were not expanding the envelope. We were not trying anything new. We were flying a new pedostatic tube, but this was in a routine mission, a routine task, routine flight environment with an experienced pilot and experienced crew.
But while the flight was routine, there had been some changes to the configuration of the X-31 since its initial flights. In particular, the original pitot tube, which supplies airspeed information to the plane's flight control computers, had been replaced with another kind of pitot tube known as a keel probe. The keel probe gave more accurate airspeed data at high angles of attack, but it was more vulnerable to icing, especially since the keel probe on the X-31 did not have any pitot heat.
We were never to fly the airplane in ice. That was a prohibited maneuver. So if you're prohibited from flying in ice, you don't need a heater.
Normally, the conditions at Edwards are warm and dry enough that icing or pitot heat isn't a concern. But January 19, 1995 was not a normal day.
The unusual part of the day was we had a high humidity at altitude, actually conducive for freezing conditions. And airplane was operated for in and out of some fairly high moisture content for extended periods of time. Led to some indications in the cockpit and the control room that it was causing problems with the air data system.
This particular airplane had a limit to not fly through clouds, through visible moisture. That day, we were flying very close to and occasionally in and out of very thin cirrus cloud. It didn't particularly worry me because everything seemed to be going along quite normally.
But some minutes, like 5, before the airplane went out of control and the pilot jumped out, the pilot observed that there was some moisture around where he was. So he turned the pitot heat switch on. Now clearly when he turned the pitot heat switch on, he expected that the pitot heat would be working. About 2.5 minutes later, which is 2.5 minutes before the accident, he mentioned that fact to the control room.
Okay, remind me, I just put the pitot heat on. Remind me to put it off. Copy that. Ready?
The pitot heat's not hooked up on a keel probe.
Let's stop that. You got enable on?
Mysteriously, to this day, the control room gave him no response. They had an internal discussion as the clock clicked down, and internally it was commented that the pitot heat was not hooked up.
But this vital piece of information was not relayed to the pilot for more than 2 minutes. And even when it was, the information was not stated as clearly or strongly as it could have been.
And pitot heat. Well, leave it on for a moment. Yeah, we think it may not be hooked up. It may not be hooked up. That's good. I like this.
We had side discussions that should have been going on the intercom so that everybody in the control room was part of the conversation. Instead, we'd pulled our headsets aside so that we could talk to each other because we were sitting adjacent to each other. And that's another part of just control room discipline that we broke down on.
Meanwhile, the first signs of trouble were beginning to appear.
So now the pilot sees an anomaly in his airspeed. He's at 20 degrees angle of attack, and he can see that. And he says to the ground, and I briefed this many times, he said, "I'm at 277, I mean 207 knots.
And the airspeed is off, reading 277 knots at 20 AOA. Okay, pitch doublet.
Well, Anybody that's been on the program, and lots of people have been on many years, would know that 20 degrees angle of attack is somewhere around 135 knots, 140 knots, doesn't matter. It's not 207 knots.
Apparently, no one in the control room caught the possible significance of that discrepancy. And perhaps even more importantly, neither did the chase pilot, for the simple reason that he couldn't hear any of the pilot's transmissions.
We had a mechanism of hot mic, very important to the pilot in the X-31, that he'd be able to talk to the control room without having to press buttons at certain key times, especially at high angle of attack, which was not going to be a factor in this flight because it was going to go to about 20 degrees angle of attack. But it was a general operating procedure that was compounded because our hot mic system didn't work always very well. And when it didn't work, it put a lot of static in the earphones of the chase pilot who wanted to hear the hot mic to know what's going on.
So it was the one-sided nature of the communication that kept me from having the situational awareness to be able to step in and say, hey, I'm reading X knots and you guys are reading Y knots, and these two numbers should be the same, and they're not.
The X-31 did indeed have an air data problem. The unheated keel probe had frozen over in the cool, moist conditions, causing it to start giving incorrect airspeed information to the X-31's flight control computers.
In terms of the accepted risk, the failure of the pitot-static system or damage to it was well known. It was well understood. The pilot himself had simulated the failure in simulations before we even got the airplane. And it probably helped him understand that he had to get out of the airplane because the time is short when the airplane is diverging.
And we went through quite a thorough review of the hazards that we knew or could come up with based upon the design of the flight control system. And we thought we had a good handle on that. We thought we could lose the whole nose boom. We could take a bird strike, wipe out the whole nose boom, and fly home safe. As a result of that, we thought we had a pretty robust system.
The reason the team thought they had a robust system was the X-31's flight control system was designed with 3 backup reversionary modes the pilot could select in the event of an air data problem or other systems failures.
So in the case of if you saw something that was not right, or the control room saw something that was not right with respect to the airspeed system, they could tell the pilot to go to R3.
R3 was a reversionary mode that would have removed within 2 seconds the airspeed data inputs into the flight control system. The control surface response to pilot inputs would then be independent of airspeed, allowing the airplane to remain controllable for the remainder of the flight back to the landing.
The accepted risk was probably reasonable, but here's the kicker. The consequences of a failure are so high here that you really needed to put some special attention on this. The designer did by putting R3 in.
But nobody on the test team, including the pilot, realized that the X-31 was experiencing an air data problem that would require implementing the R3 reversionary system.
For several minutes, we had indications that the airspeed was becoming poor, both in the cockpit and the control room. In our last-ditch catch, nobody stood up and yelled, "Wait a minute, this can't be right."
Because had we realized what was going on, the control system had the ability to go to fixed flight control gains, and with fixed flight control gains, it would not have been a problem. They would have been able to land the airplane safely, but we just never got enough information to make the decision to do that.
We had an alternate airspeed indicator that used a different pitot tube, which would be less susceptible to icing than this special tube. It was at the pilot's right-hand knee, and he never looked at it. We had a lack of attention to the reversionary modes. Gradually, we were not thinking. We learned to depend on the control room. They're going to tell us when we need to go to R2 or R1 or R3. We need to know as pilots, which we kind of forgot, where are the safety nets? The safety nets push the right button, didn't get the test data, but you bring the aircraft back. So if he didn't understand what was happening, we should have been constantly reminded, push the button and talk about it.
Pilot obviously wasn't concerned. His experience, probably, if you look at the control room, the pilot and everybody involved in that day's activity, he was the most experienced X-31 in that day's activity. He had been on a program since Palmdale. So he noticed something, but he wasn't concerned, and he didn't ask for help that I was aware of. And so I think the control room said, well, he's not that panicked, I'm not that panicked, and I think that fed off each other a little bit.
The team moved on to the final test point of the day, a simple automatic control response test that required only a command from the pilot to initiate. But once again, the airplane did not respond as expected.
He hits the box, presses the button, and he says, I don't get anything. Well, he didn't get anything because the box was designed not to put any input if you went beyond a certain speed, like 200 knots. So it was seeing the false airspeed of 200 plus knots. And when he pushed the button, it didn't work.
3, 2, 1, go. Doesn't do anything.
But it didn't work because something was wrong. And the control room came back and finally just kind of ignored that and said, it's all okay, RTB now.
It's almost like expecting to hear that went fine. After this program with hundreds of flights and everything going perfectly, in your mind you're hearing things that weren't happening. Everything's fine, worked fine, let's come home.
The normal operation of the system was expected that the system would identify the problems itself, that it would not be the people on the ground identifying an air data problem and calling for fixed gains. Although it was certainly capable of putting that, the expectation would be that the system would do its own self-diagnosis and identify failures.
But the failure we had was a slow failure of the tube, slowly building the ice up. So the changes in the speed were within perfectly reasonable numbers for a real airplane. Software is just not capable of detecting that failure for that system.
There was one or two people that actually knew that there was these little tiny areas that, it couldn't handle it, but that word never got out. They never stood up and said, boss, that's not quite right. You can handle it over 95 or 99% of the area, but there's really a couple little areas the automated system can't handle it. And that didn't come out till after the accident. I never did get to talk to them about it, but I just kind of felt they didn't want to stop the program, thought it was of no real issue because of the difficulty of getting to such a small area of the envelope.
But as the X-31 began to descend on its return to base, the problems caused by the failure of its air data system became far more pronounced.
We have frozen the pitot tube now, and it's stuck. It's got what it had in it, and it's going to hold that pressure. Now when you start down with a frozen pitot tube, the airspeed, what you see, the false airspeed that he saw, will decrease as he decreases altitude. But we are seeing, the control room is seeing, they have a big display, this big. The pilot is seeing every time he turns his head, he's seeing the airspeed in the HUD. And now it's perhaps at one point, it's at 150 knots. It cannot be at 150 knots. And then it's at 100 knots. And it cannot be at 100 knots. And going on down, it finally, right just before the accident, it gets to 48 knots, which is the minimum it's going to read. But the control system in the airplane is getting this wrong information. And this is a complex closed-loop system, and when you put too much gain in, it will start to get unstable, and it will start moving the controls, which it did a matter of seconds. And finally, it dramatically pitches up. The pilot, of course, tries to prevent that, and I'm sure the instant that he hit the forward stop and realized he was out of control, he did the natural thing, was eject from the airplane.
We were RTB, return to base, and I started to rejoin on the X-31. As I came up on his right side, about 100 yards away and closing, I saw the airplane start to go into a small wing rock that progressively got larger and larger. And as I got within about 200 feet of him, the airplane pitched up vertical. And approximately the time that I passed to beam him, I saw the pilot eject.
Okay, NASA 1, we have an ejection. We have an ejection. NASA 1, do you read?
Yeah, we copy, Dana, we copy.
And sport, NASA 8584 has ejected. The aircraft is descending over the North Base area. I have a shoot. Sport, NASA 850, how do you read?
850, say it again, please.
Yes, sir. NASA 584 has ejected from his aircraft. The aircraft is descending north of North Base. The pilot is in the chute at this time, descending approximately 1 mile north of North Base.
So there was the knowledge and training in the simulation that taught the pilot when he started seeing the airplane was oscillating, was not controlled, he knew that he had to get out of the airplane very fast or else the airplane would go into a tumble. And he did do that, and that saved his life. I also know that the pilot, as he was ejecting from the airplane, had thoughts of maybe I should have tried a reversionary mode. But at that point, if he would have hesitated any longer, he would have been probably lost with the airplane. So
I did not connect until after the plane departed. And while the plane was tumbling, I made the connection. Pitot system had to be frozen. And just didn't come to the realization soon enough to do anything about it in the control room.
Less than 4 minutes after the first comment about pitot heat was recorded between the pilot and the control room, the X-31 crashed just north of Edwards Air Force Base. How could such a routine operation have ended in disaster when flights with far higher risk had been completed safely? And more importantly, what can we learn from the answers to that question?
Every person involved in an experimental flight research program should actually study the mishaps of all experimental aircraft in the past 20 to 30 years. There's a lot of things you can learn because human nature doesn't change, the processes don't change. It's always the same set of contributing factors, just the names and the details change. Of the 10 things, for example, that I describe as contributing causes of the mishap, 6 of them occurred prior to the day of flight. 4 occurred within about 2 minutes. So we had a better chance of working on the 6 than we did on the 4.
In some senses, the X-31 accident started 6 years earlier when the plane was first developed and tested at Rockwell.
We had a hazard analysis from the initial design. And in the accident, that had to actually get dusted off. You should never have to dust off one of those. Everybody familiar with the program, at all those levels need to have a really good, comfortable feeling of what those hazards are and what is accepted in the risk. There was a redo of that analysis as we moved to NASA in '92, and I think and it was clear after the accident, not everybody really understood what that design was to the detail you needed to understand the full risk of the program. Clearly, from 1990 to 95, you have a large team turnover. We changed locations. We expanded the objectives of the program. And as time rolls on and the new people come in, not everybody has the same understanding or appreciation of the kind of vehicle we're operating. It's a special airplane. It's not the same risk as any other airplane. And to operate it every day, you really ought to have the same appreciation for the risk. And I don't think we as a team did a good job of keeping everybody that came to the program with the same level of understanding of both the design and the risk on the airplane. We shouldn't have had a control room, a pilot, and a team that day that didn't understand that fundamental fact. And it's not elaborate, it's just straightforward. The airspeed I see in the HUD is the airspeed the computer uses. If the airspeed I see has got a problem, the airplane's got a problem. And that fact, it didn't get communicated correctly from old team members to the new team members. And if it had, I don't think there'd have been anybody in that room that wouldn't have yelled stop and jumped off the bridge to make it happen.
There were errors made. The pitot heat circuit breaker was disabled, but there was no placard in the cockpit to say no pitot heat. And Notices of the configuration were sent around, but here also we probably lacked one step, and that is to know that everybody got the message. It's one thing to send it out, it's another thing to verify everyone has read and understood it. And so that procedure was changed, by the way, so that people ripped off the bottom of the page and sent it back. I've seen it.
Ironically, the X-31 program also may have been a victim of its own success.
I never saw complacency in this team. I went to tech briefs, crew briefs. It was treated very professionally, and in fact, to some extent, it was treated like an experimental airplane every flight. But certainly you have to think that after hundreds of flights, excellent results, and the fact that none of these hazards, these terrible things that you predict could happen, has ever happened, it could lead you to be less sensitive to things that are happening. Maybe just a little bit of the edge comes off.
Those single point failures were identified, and we made some actual changes to the design of the airplane to account for that. And again, that was in 1989. Why all those were there and what the concerns were and how to mitigate them and how to worry about them we hadn't had any problems with that for 5 years. And I think, again, the complacency just got built into the team. It worked fine. We never had a problem. And those little hairs on the back of your neck weren't geared to stand up when people started having airspeed problems.
Our control rooms used to have a saying on them to prepare for the unexpected and expect to be unprepared. And I think that's a truth in the flight test business, that that we need to keep that in mind continuously. I wish that sign was still up there, because that reminder needs to be enforced all the time.
Well, certainly in the case of the X-31, we were returning to base after 2 exhausting days, 7 flights. Ship 1 was now going into the boneyard, or at least it was being retired from the test program. And so we're finally finished. Is everybody paying attention like they should be? Obviously not.
And while the X-31 program flights were highly successful, they did not include an element that might have helped prime the program team to take the one mitigating action that could have brought the X-31 home safely.
We've debated amongst ourselves whether we actually would have been able to convince anybody to use the fixed gain system, because there was not an obvious need for it. The pilot may have been better prepared when things started to go awry to select fixed gains, but I don't know if we ever really would have done it in that situation, because we didn't have a real problem. We did have a real problem, but it hadn't been diagnosed as a real problem.
On a previous program, the X-29 program, we had the same sort of thing. We had an analog reversion mode, a digital reversion mode, and the normal mode of the airplane. We routinely at every test point selected those backup modes, flew them around, so the pilots were much more familiar and much more comfortable with selecting those modes. On the X-31 program, we never selected those modes intentionally. We only used them when we had a sensor failure or the system told us to select those modes.
On the day of the mishap itself, there were additional links added to the chain. There were unusual weather conditions that created an uncommon and unexpected kind of flight hazard. And the team was working with a flawed hot mic system that kept the chase pilot from hearing critical communications from the X-31 pilot.
So, some links in the chain are already built there. Management links. Control room is now talked internally. They've heard some things. They haven't said anything. Some more links are built. We got this chain is building now. The chase pilot didn't hear anything about this, didn't know that he didn't know anything was wrong with the airplane until he saw the airplane pitch up and the pilot jump out. Whereas he could have stopped this anytime.
At any rate, it's a total team concept, and the chase pilot has to be part of that team. The team has to have total communication. So the use of a hot microphone frequency that did not allow the chase pilot to stay up with what was going on with the airplane was essentially keeping me from doing my job, at least at a certain level. And that's one of the things that we changed in the way we do business here at Dryden, is to allow the chase pilots either access to the hot mic or to ensure that all critical communications are transmitted so that all the players are kept up to speed with what's going on. And that was a direct fallout of how the X-31 operation was handled that day.
If one or more of these contributing factors had been caught and addressed prior to January 19th, the chain of events leading up to the accident might have been broken before the flight even took place. Yet there were still opportunities to avoid the mishap, even in the last few minutes of the X-31's flight. So why didn't the team manage to recognize, communicate, and respond to the X-31's pattern of anomalies in time?
So we were seeing inconsistencies between the data from the aircraft system and what we knew of the physics of the problem, that it could not be, that you could not have that airspeed and that angle of attack simultaneously. And for me, I just remember thinking, gosh, I can't wait till we get the data from this flight because I want to see what's going on. I knew there was an anomaly. We had talked about it between the engineers. We didn't talk about it on the intercom, though. It was sidebar conversations in the control room.
Well, many of us are engineers, and we see an issue. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder what's causing that. And you start thinking about it and trying to figure out what is the answer. In the meantime, the seconds are clicking by. And really, the right response is, something's going on I don't understand. Let's call a halt here and let's just figure it out.
We should have, at the first call of an airspeed failure, puckered up. Whether you're RTB at that point or not, it wouldn't have changed. The kind of failure that was occurring should have triggered a lot of emotion anywhere in the flight envelope.
In the case of any discrepancy, anything that doesn't sound right, feel right, smell right, let's stop and think it over. And I think that kind of attitude has been built in now into the control room, mission control room processes since then.
We were flying lots of flights. At the peak of the program, there would be days when there would be 5 flight days. I think on that particular day, we were only doing 3 flights. And it was the last flight of the day. It was the last flight for the first airplane. And we had completed all the test points for that mission. In addition, we were going through the RTB, or return to base checklist. And at that point, every one of us kind of relaxed. Like I said, what was going through my mind is, I can't wait to get this data. Something funny is going on, and I want to figure it out. And that's another lesson learned, that when we talk about it all the time, the mission's not over till the airplane's on the ground and the engine's shut down. And you see it a lot in the control rooms. We start getting ready to land, and everybody relaxes a little bit. And that's a lesson I've carried with me, is you need to continue the vigilance there in the flight.
Communication is what it's all about. So everybody, we have to have the communication links. We didn't have it to the chase. Hot mic was a contributing factor. We didn't have it in the control room. We discussed things internally, was not transmitted to the pilot. We have to have an environment and built where people can speak up when they think something's wrong. They don't have to be right. If they're concerned, they should be able to speak their mind, put their hand up, and we stop the train. And then we say, no, you weren't right, it's okay. Fine, we go on. We didn't do that. We never stopped the train.
We had a problem, and we didn't stop, not only testing, we didn't stop flying and come home. But you can't stop for every problem. I mean, that's unrealistic. You have problems in flight. The combination that went with that is we didn't understand the severity of the problem. So you have to understand your vehicle and the consequences of failures. And if one of those failures has a serious consequence, you need to stop and come home.
Clearly, there are lessons to be learned in the entire progression of events that led up to the X-31 mishap. And yet, the X-31 program did not end with that crash. The next chapter of its story is an equally important reminder of why flight test remains such a valuable step in proving a concept or technology, despite the hazards that come with the territory. The X-31 had been scheduled to fly at the Paris Air Show in June of 1995. But after the loss of one of the 2 X-31 ships less than 6 months before the show, it seemed an impossible goal.
Having lost the airplane, pretty much everyone thought that's it. Because flying the kind of maneuvers that this airplane can do at 500 feet sounded a lot riskier to me after you lose an airplane. The team really talked a lot about this and decided that it did not want to end this program on a low note. And so We made the decision to press on with the Paris Air Show.
A huge thing to sign up for was to take an airplane that just crashed and to turn it around to go do a low altitude, high angle attack flight demonstration. That took a lot of guts on everybody's part and a lot of good engineering work to make that happen.
We actually flew the X-31 84 days after the mishap. And this required the board to reach its conclusions, to write a report, for the team to react to all of the issues and problems and contributing factors brought up, solve the problem, and get it into an airplane and get it qualified for first flight. It was all done in 84 days. It does tell you about the quality of the team.
Cool. Landing to the right. And recover.
Totally different aeroplane which will demonstrate a most remarkable flying ability. It is the X-31 technology demonstrator.
You know, after the mishap, I think the program made a spectacular recovery and made one of the finest appearances ever at the Paris Air Show. The airplane did things that no other airplane could do. The Russians had demonstrated post-stall maneuvers with the Cobra, but it was really an open loop maneuver. They pulled back on the stick and then you flew out of it at the end. Whereas the X-31 just demonstrated the ability to control all axes of the airplane, pitch, roll, and yaw simultaneously while operating at the extremes of the flight envelope.
So, fantastic air show, absolutely the most spectacular I've ever seen, and I saw every one of them. And I stood with the crowd on some of them, and I was in the control tower on others, and out right underneath it at other times. But to be with the crowd and watch, even hardened veterans, military, had no concept of what it could really do, and seeing it was jaw-dropping for the crowd. It was spectacular.
The announcement that the X-31 was next to fly, as you look down the row of chalets, you see all the people coming out of the chalets, out against the railing to watch the flight.
If the events leading up to the X-31's mishap are a reminder of how much vigilance is required in order to mitigate the risks inherent in a flight test program, the X-31's Paris Air Show performance was a reminder of why those risks are still worth undertaking.
Flight test of all kinds is inherently dangerous. There are risks involved in it. Never can you or anybody else bring it to zero. Well, you can. That's keep the airplane in the hangar. Don't fly. Well, if you don't fly, you don't move forward, you don't discover, you don't prove things. So you need to take some risks, but you need to do it in a controlled fashion.
The reason we spend time on looking at these accidents is that there aren't many accidents. We don't lose many airplanes in flight research activities at Dryden. We haven't over the years. And so when you do have one, you better learn everything about it. In fact, you should do the same thing for close calls.
The lessons to be learned. Don't assume that they've been learned. We can always, at every new group, will have to learn the same lessons, and you don't want to do it the hard way with an accident. Safety is everybody's business. Flight test safety is everybody's business on the team, and there are no processes. You have to have processes, but there are no perfect processes that will not require good judgment from all levels of the program.
If you're a program that's been operating for a long time, potentially, you've got a lot of turnover, you're in your mature years, all your documentation is years old, maybe you better make sure that all your new people are as good as your old people, that you've reviewed your documentation and it's still correct and you all understand it, and that what you're doing today still makes sense from how you started. So maybe one of those, if you're in that area, you ought to take a look at yourself.
It always is clear what you should do after the fact, or should have done rather, and nobody thinks it's ever going to happen to them. To lose judgment, to lose this communication link, to not do the right things.
So what is the message? What is the message for the team? It may mean that I am a part of the chain, and that if I don't catch this, and if other people don't catch their mistakes, we will run through the entire chain and lead to a mishap. So it means that every individual in the program, from beginning to end, no matter what the job is, from the highest level job to the lowest level job in terms of detail, they have to take it very seriously. And that's a message that you have to keep promoting, pronouncing, and explaining. It sounds trite, but everybody is responsible for safety. If you think some safety office analysis is going to find the things, they won't. Mishaps can occur everywhere, but the point is you have to fly safely, but fly.
Locked and we have good send at command. We have 31 minutes and 32 seconds for our support. Go for stats, buffer dump.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
The Webb telescope will be groundbreaking because it has capabilities that are different than the Hubble Space Telescope.
We have equipment that is so much more powerful than anything we've ever had before that it's almost impossible to tell what we will discover.
Hubble's accomplishments include something called the deep fields. Looking out into space and collecting light, sometimes for many days, these deep fields have revealed visually to us a universe absolutely teeming with galaxies, hundreds of billions of galaxies.
One of the neat things about the ultra deep field, and one of the things that made it so unique was how long it took us to take that image. There's an exposure time that's expressed, I think it's 11.2 days. There's a very, very long exposure time. But probably what's more important is how many orbits it took us to do that. 400 orbits of Hubble data to take that image. You only get 15 orbits a day. To take 400 orbits and say, we're going to observe this one spot in the sky for 400 orbits. And the really unique thing about that was they picked a spot where there wasn't anything. They looked and they said, there's absolutely nothing here. And they said, you want to spend 400 Hubble orbits looking at nothing? And they said, yes, because we want to see what it can see. And I think the results from the science, I mean, it was amazing. What they saw was spectacular.
Hubble had spent 2 weeks taking pictures of empty places in the sky, and they saw they weren't empty at all. They were thousands and thousands of galaxies.
We were amazed how many galaxies we've found, and we continue to go back to that portion of the sky to increase that visibility.
The Hubble Space Telescope is an outstanding time machine. It's incredibly important for our studies with the Hubble Space Telescope to realize that when we're looking at a galaxy, we're seeing it as it was millions of years ago, sometimes billions of years ago. It's taken that long for the light to get to us.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
What Hubble has revealed is that the universe has in fact changed over these billions of years of time. The early galaxies, the very distant ones as we see them, are simple. Sometimes they're messy looking, they're small, they haven't had time yet to form that grand spiral structure. Over time, we see galaxies actually merging with other galaxies and growing bigger and bigger, and those mergers can look like train wrecks in our Hubble images.
These very, very deep exposures that Hubble has been able to take, we have seen right to the edge of the universe, 13.5 billion years. When Hubble was first designed and envisioned, it was never thought it could actually see that far out. But because of the advances in the instruments that we've been able to put up on the telescope, and also the cleverness of the scientists, they've come up with very interesting observing scenarios, doing these really deep exposures where we just sit there for orbit after orbit after orbit, gathering the photons. We've been able to push Hubble out very, very far.
As Hubble looks out into these fields of galaxies, we sometimes see clusters of galaxies. These are galaxies that are held nearby each other by their mutual gravity. These clusters are massive conglomerations. There's so much mass that they have an actual observable impact on space-time itself. Einstein predicted that mass distorts space, but we didn't realize we could actually see the effects of that. But with Hubble, we have been able to see distortions in space around clusters of galaxies. The way we see that is when light from a background galaxy travels through that cluster of galaxies or around it due to this gravitational lensing effect. The lensing also magnifies that background galaxy, so if we look in some of these distorted arcs, we can see more detail than we would ever have been able to see without gravitational lensing, nature's boost.
There are observations where we're explicitly looking for the lensing, and they're getting science out of that that just otherwise would just not be doable. Hubble has really taken that to a next level. It's doing large amounts of astrophysics that it's just never been able to do before.
Some of what we're doing with Hubble is to prepare for the new James Webb telescope, which we anticipate launching in 2021, which will be able to see farther into the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That enables us to see some galaxies that are difficult for Hubble to see because they're so far away that their light is traveling through us through expanding space and gets stretched out into redder wavelengths, often far into the infrared part of the spectrum, even sometimes beyond what Hubble is able to detect well. The Webb telescope will give us more information about some of those very distant galaxies.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the follow-on telescope after the Great Hubble Telescope. It extends the discoveries of Hubble into the infrared spectrum region. We think that the first objects that grew out of the Big Bang material probably happened in about 100 million years after that start. And we think the Webb telescope can pick them up. They're rare, they're hard to find, but they should be there. The farthest we've been able to see with the Hubble telescope goes back about 800 million years after the expansion began. So we think we get much closer to the first objects with the Webb telescope.
Hubble gives information that the Webb telescope cannot give about visible and ultraviolet emission from things in the universe. And when we have all that information coming in at the same time, it's like a banquet of scientific return.
Now when we get the complete picture of every wavelength you can possibly see from ultraviolet to infrared, we hope to have the story of the growth of the first galaxies from the primordial material. So that will be a huge accomplishment that depends on both pieces of equipment, the Hubble telescope and the James Webb telescope working together.
So astronomers are very excited about this probability that we'll have both the Hubble Space Telescope and the Webb telescope operating at the same time for quite a few years. That will give us an abundance of new understanding about the universe. And already right now with Hubble, we're doing preparatory observations for the Webb telescope. We're using Hubble to do things, for example, like surveying distant galaxies to find out which ones would be prime targets for the Webb telescope. In fact, scientists around the world are proposing observations with Hubble right now specifically to help us learn information that will be useful for making the best use of the Webb telescope as soon as it's launched and gets going in its science observations.
I think the Hubble telescope has been the most productive science instrument ever built. In astronomy, there's what we knew before Hubble, and now there's what we know after Hubble. They're so different. Of course, Hubble has now had a life of 30 years, so it's had a long time to make this revolution happen. So it's not all at once. It's a gradual revolution, but it's still a huge revolution. Technology has changed dramatically over the 30 years of life of the Hubble telescope. So you couldn't even have imagined when the Hubble was launched that we would have the wonderful cameras and spectrometers that we fly today. We figured out how to send astronauts, we trained the astronauts, we figured out what instruments could be put in, we figured out how to repair everything that went wrong on the Hubble, and it's still alive. It's today, 30 years after launch. And I am so thrilled to say that our people were able to do that. That's the operations team that makes this possible. It's a miracle as far as I'm concerned, because it didn't have to be that way, but they made it happen.
Tracking a mission's historic return to Earth, a year of science on board the space station, and the safe arrival of the station's newest resident astronaut. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. The return to Earth of OSIRIS-REx, our first ever asteroid sample return mission, is nearly complete. On September 24th, as the OREX spacecraft approaches Earth, it will release a capsule containing about 8.8 ounces of sample material collected from asteroid Bennu. Following a parachute-assisted landing in the Utah desert, the capsule will be retrieved and eventually shipped to our Johnson Space Center for examination in a pristine curation facility. The sample will be unveiled during a live televised NASA news conference on October 11th. September 21st marked a full year in space for NASA astronaut Frank Rubio. Since arriving at the International Space Station, he has worked on dozens of experiments. These include an experiment that grows tomatoes using water-based and air-based techniques rather than soil, an investigation that could enable in-space 3D printing of functional human organs for transplants, and more. Rubio is scheduled to return to Earth on September 27th after a U.S. record 371 days in space. On September 15th, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara and 2 cosmonauts safely arrived at the space station, increasing the number of residents aboard the station to 10. This 6-month stay on the orbital outpost is O'Hara's first spaceflight. In celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, we are releasing new content for Universo Curioso de la NASA, the agency's first Spanish-language podcast. A 5-episode season kicked off on September 19th with new episodes scheduled to be released weekly.
Mission and liftoff. Touchdown confirmed. Hello, United States.
To explore every phase of cosmic history.
Experience. Innovation. Safety. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. Flight Loads Laboratory. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Support aircraft. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. NASA Dryden's Aeronautics Test Program, Flight Operations and Test Infrastructure Project offers government agencies, corporations, and institutions an extensive range of state-of-the-art support aircraft, communication and telemetry, simulation, and structures research capabilities. NASA's Aeronautics Test Program assets located at Dryden Flight Research Center. Advancing technology and science through flight. Flight Loads Laboratory. Given its vast physical resources and highly experienced technical staff, the Flight Loads Laboratory is a unique national resource constructed to support flight research and tests of aircraft structures dating back to the X-15 Hypersonic Research Program. At NASA Dryden's Flight Loads Laboratory, a comprehensive set of structural test capabilities can be achieved, including thermal, mechanical, structural dynamic, and mass properties testing of large-scale structures performed independently or simultaneously. To support testing capabilities, the Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes both conventional and advanced instrumentation technology. The Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes a wide array of test systems, including radiant heating, hydraulic load control, a soft support system, and a variety of measurement systems to support ground and flight research. Tests conducted in the Flight Loads Laboratory utilize the most advanced structural instrumentation capabilities available, including state-of-the-art sensors and measurement systems, advanced sensor integration techniques, and systems for sensor characterization and validation. With its expert staff, distinctive capabilities, and flight line access, the Flight Loads Laboratory provides unique test solutions, all under one roof, that meet customer requirements, from subsonic through hypersonic flight. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Another one-of-a-kind resource offered by Dryden Flight Research Center's Aeronautics Test Program is the flight simulation capability, located in the Research Aircraft Integration Facility, known as the RAIF. Designed to house project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel, the RAIF can support a wide variety of advanced, highly integrated research aircraft through all phases of a research program, from concept to flight.
Okay, we'll drive all the way to hold and get some gas. Copy.
Among its more rare capabilities, the RAIF offers high-fidelity, real-time and batch flight simulation, closed-loop, hardware-in-the-loop, pilot-in-the-loop, and vehicle-in-the-loop verification and validation testing. The RAIF offers 11 different simulation labs with the ability to customize for specific research aircraft and unmanned vehicles. The co-location of project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel allows the RAIF to support advanced aeronautical and space-based research throughout all phases of the research program within a single facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Located at Dryden Flight Research Center and part of the Edwards Air Force Base Complex, the ATP's Western Aeronautical Test Range, or WATR, supports flight research operations and low Earth orbiting missions, supplying a comprehensive set of resources for the control and monitoring of flight activities, and utilizing the most advanced tracking and data acquisition technology available. The WATR's ability to acquire and communicate information to flight and ground crews in real time is incomparable. Fixed and mobile telemetry antennas receive real-time data and video signals from research vehicles and relay the data to engineers in the mission control. The WATR even has mobile capabilities to allow for rapid deployment and remote testing for support outside of local airspace boundaries. Like a rendezvous at the International Space Station, in which the WATR plays a critical role in emergency situations. The WATR is also the primary communication support when the space shuttle lands at Edwards Air Force Base. Support aircraft. Dryden Flight Research Center's fleet of support aircraft play a number of vital roles in successful aeronautics research, flight, and ground operations. The aircraft provides safety chase support for research flights, mission video, and photography support, and can be utilized as adaptable research platforms if needed during modification and maintenance of research aircraft. While performing safety chase support, pilots maintain constant visual and radio contact with research test vehicles. Chase pilots monitor external flight-critical safety items, clear other aircraft operations, and can provide additional real-time feedback to the test pilot and control room personnel. Another vital component in the ATP's support aircraft program is the utilization of photography and video. Live video is captured plane to plane and transmitted to control rooms, allowing project engineers to watch the mission from the most optimal point of view in real time. Each of these support aircraft has unique performance capabilities, allowing the fleet to meet support requirements across the entire envelope of flight research operation speed, duration, and altitude ranges. This diversity also allows the aircraft to be utilized to meet pilot proficiency requirements on multiple platforms, ensuring Dryden maintains the most highly qualified, versatile, and experienced research test pilots possible. These pilots also support the unique flight operation activities of various Earth science research and deployment campaigns stretching around the world. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center, advancing aeronautics research through flight. With NASA's Aeronautics Test Program flight operations and test infrastructure project, you not only get access to Dryden's world-class facilities and infrastructure, you become part of NASA's tradition of success and innovation. Dryden Flight Research Center. To fly what others only imagine.
There is one place where we're seeing climate change unfold faster than anywhere else on Earth. Here. In fact, temperatures in the Arctic and boreal regions are rising nearly 4 times as fast as those in the mid-latitudes. That's why NASA has teamed up with local partners to better understand the vulnerability and resilience of these ecosystems, while also gathering valuable data that will help future Earth-observing satellites. From space, air, and on the ground, we'll see how scientists are piecing together the story of the Arctic, from how it is changing to what that means for our planet. Because as they say, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic.
PPA is engaged. And we're radiating.
One of the best ways to track how an environment is changing is to observe it from above. But where weather and vegetation can make it difficult to see the ground with the naked eye, specialized radar can pierce the clouds to give us a crystal clear look at the landscape. This special device, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, collects data about soil moisture, vegetation, permafrost, and other environmental processes on the ground below. In fact, it's so precise that NASA developed a special system for pilots to fly the exact same flight path year after year to get an accurate reading as to how a landscape is changing over time.
So with the airborne data, we can target exactly where we want to go and exactly when we want to go there, and we get very high resolution data, so we can have a really clear picture of what's on the ground.
That's Dr. Liz Hoy, senior scientist for NASA's ABOVE mission. ABOVE has spent the last 7 years studying environmental changes in the Arctic and boreal regions. The mission uses satellite, airborne, and ground data to get a complete picture of what is unfolding in these ecosystems.
So our satellite data gives us a very broad picture of what's happening all over the landscape. And then with our airborne data, we can target specific locations and times when we want to get imagery. And then we can compare both our satellite and our airborne data with what's happening on the ground when we have teams actually out on the ground making measurements. And putting all that together is really where we get a lot of the power of what we're able to study.
And it all gets put together in Alaska. On the ground, these large dishes are used to communicate with NASA's Earth-observing satellites. Here, the data is downloaded and made public, which helps scientists connect the dots between what we see from space and on the ground. But why are these dishes in Alaska?
So the reason why a station like ASF is built in Alaska is because Earth-observing satellites, if you think of their orbits, they converge in the polar regions. So in Alaska, we can see the same satellite more often than in the lower 48.
In fact, this facility is in the perfect position to receive data from one of NASA's latest Earth-observing missions. NISAR is an upcoming satellite that will be launched by NASA in collaboration with the Indian Space Research Organization. It will use radar similar to what is flown on NASA airborne missions, like 4above, to measure fine, centimeter-scale changes in Earth's surface.
What's interesting and unique about NISAR is that it's going to cover the globe regularly every 12 days. And it's going to do it at a wavelength or frequency range, so-called L-band frequencies, that are very useful for doing Earth observation. L-band will allow us to study ecosystems changes and deformations of the Earth's surface with higher accuracy and better spatial coverage than we can with current systems in space.
And in the Arctic, some of the most pronounced environmental changes satellites can observe are happening right down the road. And it all starts with this stuff. Permafrost is frozen earth, be it ice, soil, or even organic material that has been frozen for 2 or more years. Most of Alaska and northern Canada has permafrost beneath a thin, active layer of soil. Problem is, when permafrost does thaw, it can wreak havoc on infrastructure and upend ecosystems.
Not all permafrost contains ice, but here in interior Alaska, we have frozen soils with massive amounts of ice. There are very large ice wedges as big as garages. And so when that ice melts, the ground surface collapses and the sinkholes can fill with water. When that happens, new little ponds form, thermokarst ponds.
And as thermokarst ponds form, microbes in the soil feast on the newly thawed organic material, releasing methane into the atmosphere, an extremely potent and flammable greenhouse gas. These newly formed thermokarst ponds give us an insight as to what is going to happen in the future.
What we're seeing at this lake is that the emissions are 10 times higher than the rest of the lakes and wetlands in the Arctic. And it's being fueled by thawing permafrost.
Scientists are working with webb and NASA's UAVSAR radar to study how these lakes are evolving as the climate continues to warm. But it's not just thawing permafrost that is reshaping the Arctic. It is also wildfire. In higher latitudes, forests are adapted to burn about once every century. But with warmer temperatures comes more fires. And why is this? Partially because of this stuff called duff, forest debris that slowly builds up on the forest floor, about 1 inch every 17 years. And because of the cold winters, it doesn't decompose.
It doesn't have roots, so it's completely dependent on relative humidity for moisture. So it actually dries very rapidly in warm, dry conditions like we often have here in the summer.
Which means with warmer temperatures, duff becomes a potent fuel for fires.
Most Alaskans are vulnerable to wildland fire, and with climate change, it seems that the imprint on the landscape is growing, and so more and more communities are vulnerable.
When a wildfire comes through, what we're really seeing is it's not just the trees that are burning, but it's the soil layer that's burning as well. And so when that fire comes through and it burns that soil layer, it's like you're taking off the lid of a cooler where everything is frozen below. And so as that soil comes off, then we start to see the ground start to thaw, and permafrost is thawing there. And so as we see those changes happening, we're actually creating more climate change over time. So wildfires are releasing carbon gases into the atmosphere, and then as permafrost thaws, it too is releasing carbon gases into the air, which then can create warmer conditions, which can allow for more wildfire and more thaw. So you really see this cycle that continues up in boreal forests and Arctic areas over time.
So the bad news is that as human-caused climate change continues to impact the Arctic and boreal landscapes, those living both near and far will continue to feel its effects. But the good news is that there is a team of dedicated scientists across a variety of disciplines that are working together to give us a complete picture of these ecosystems and how they are changing. Because this collective knowledge is key to understanding how we can lessen our impact.
This is a science mission on par with Apollo missions, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and Hubble missions. For nearly 2 decades, thousands of people around the world, many spending their entire careers, built the James Webb Space Telescope. And it all comes down to this.
Once we launch the James Webb Space Telescope, there are no second chances. We have 300 single-point failure items, and they all have to work right. When you're 1 million miles away from the Earth, you can't send someone to fix it.
We've never put a telescope this large in space. We want to see distant parts of the universe humans have never seen before. Looking back in time almost 14 billion years to see the first galaxies that formed after the Big Bang. And we want to search for the building blocks of life in the atmospheres of planets orbiting distant stars. To unfold the history of the universe, we must first unfold this telescope.
This is the largest primary mirror, the largest sun shield, and the most powerful space telescope ever built. And yet, this large telescope needs to fit inside a 5.4 meter diameter rocket fairing. That's the largest fairing size available on any rocket, and it's the fairing size on our ride to space. The Ariane 5, provided by the European Space Agency, is one of the world's most powerful rockets. To cheat the fairing size limit, we built Webb to fold, like origami, to fit inside the rocket fairing. And this brings us to our most challenging part of this mission, unfolding it in space.
Think of what you're doing. You're taking this extraordinarily delicate, precise, state-of-the-art scientific instrument, you're slapping it on a rocket, and for the next 8 minutes, the explosion from that rocket is following you into outer space. Vibrating you, shaking you. Everything that goes into outer space has to live through this environment and work once it gets there without having someone come to fix it.
Two weeks. That's how long it will take to fully deploy the Webb telescope. We can take longer if we need to, but those 2 weeks after launch are going to be nail biters. This is the Mission Operations Center at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. Those 2 weeks after launch will be like our Super Bowl, World Cup, you pick the analogy. Years of training comes down to these moments.
The Webb Observatory has 50 major deployments, 50 depending on how you categorize them, and 178 release mechanisms must work to deploy those 50 parts. Every single one of them must work. Unfolding Webb is hands down the most complicated spacecraft activity we've ever done. Then again, nothing about Webb is easy. We've never done any of this before. There's nothing simple about sending anything into space. You can't do it without taking risks.
This mission is squarely in new spacecraft territory. Webb is the perfect example of science desire driving engineering capability to new frontiers. Webb's unique design was born from reasoned engineering to accomplish its science goals.
Here's the plan. Shortly after launch, we unfold Webb's solar panel for power and our Huygens antenna for communication. About 12 hours later, we have an important engine firing that sends Webb on the proper course towards its orbital destination, about 1 million miles away. That's where Webb will do its science. Webb will be moving so fast, it passes the moon's orbit in 1.5 days, half the time it took Apollo astronauts to reach lunar orbit. First, we lower the sunshield pallet, then raise Webb's primary mirror and instruments away from the sunshield. The solar wind will push us around with the sunshield open, so we'll unfold a trim tab to help keep us stable.
We got these huge, iconic, golden segmented mirrors that will help us deliver amazing new images from the cosmos. But in some ways, the sun shield is a lot more complicated, and it's just as essential. Without it, nothing works.
Here we've got 5 sun shield layers, or approximately 8,900 square feet, almost the size of 3 tennis courts, a very thin Kapton material, about 1 to 2 thousandths of an inch thick. Making them go where you want them to go in zero-G is extremely challenging.
The sun shield shades the telescope from the heat of the sun, earth, and moon. The concept is simple, but there is nothing simple about the design or operation, especially when you get to space. Webb's sun shield assembly includes 140 release mechanisms, approximately 70 hinge assemblies, 8 deployment motors, bearings, springs, gears, about 400 pulleys, and 90 cables totaling 1,312 feet. All this just to keep the sun shield under control as it unfolds. First, we release these special restraints that protect the sun shield during launch. They roll out of the way, but not all the way until we are ready to deploy aside. Next, we release a set of covers over the core region. Now comes the critical point. All 107 sun shield release mechanisms need to fire on cue. 107. They free the 5 sun shield layers, allowing them to extend as the mid-booms deploy.
Sun shield fully deployed, we start setting up the optics. First, the secondary mirror is extended and locked into place, and a special radiator behind Webb is extended, which helps further lower the temperature of the science instruments. Finally, we open the primary mirror's wings and lock them in place. With that done, Webb is in its final configuration, but we're not done yet.
After 47 deployments, and accomplishing the hardest spacecraft unfolding NASA has ever done, Webb still won't be ready for science.
While the instruments cool, we'll control motors behind each of Webb's 18 mirror segments, the secondary mirror, and the fine steering mirror located inside the center of the primary mirror. We'll precisely align the mirror segments to form a perfect mirror. Then, Webb will be ready to explore the cosmos.
Have you ever heard that something called the ozone layer is thinning? Or that your aerosol hairspray is what's causing it? Or that it leads to more severe sunburns and UV rays? This is referring to the ozone hole. But what exactly does it all mean? Welcome to Ozone 101. The ozone hole's proper name is actually the Antarctic ozone hole, because when it forms over Antarctica. But before we get into what that is, let's first talk about what ozone itself is. Ozone is a gas comprised of 3 oxygen atoms. About 90% of the Earth's ozone exists in the stratosphere, the layer of the atmosphere that extends from 8 to about 30 miles above the Earth's surface. In fact, the stratosphere is often referred to as the ozone layer. Ozone acts as a sunscreen around the Earth, filtering out harmful ultraviolet radiation, or UV rays, which are mainly absorbed in the stratosphere. Without an ozone layer, UV radiation would sterilize the Earth. With a damaged but still present ozone layer, there would be more sunburns, more skin cancer cases, increased cases of eye damage, the wilting and loss of trees and plants, and significantly lessened crop yields. Suffice it to say, ozone is pretty important for the planet. So, what causes the ozone hole? There are several major factors that together lead to the destruction of ozone, thus creating the ozone hole. Those factors are 1. Very strong winds around the South Pole, or the polar vortex. 2. The sun's rays. 3. Chlorine and bromine compounds from ozone-depleting substances. And 4. Cold temperatures below -109 degrees Fahrenheit in the stratosphere, which form a specific kind of cloud, polar stratospheric clouds. The polar vortex forms in the southern hemisphere stratosphere during the winter as temperatures drop. And when sunlight returns to Antarctica in late winter and early spring, temperatures are still cold enough to form polar stratospheric clouds, and now there's also sunlight. Chemical reactions take place on the cloud particle surfaces, converting unreactive forms of chlorine and bromine into reactive chemicals. The vortex acts as a sort of container, confining the contents of the Antarctic stratosphere within its bounds, allowing the reactive chlorine and bromine compounds to destroy ozone molecules. That's when depletion can occur on a large scale. With the presence of sunlight, the reactive chlorine and bromine compounds produced during winter begin to deplete ozone molecules by stealing one of their oxygen atoms, leaving just oxygen gas, or O2, in its wake. As long as the polar stratospheric clouds are present, these reactions will occur over and over again, until the ozone is nearly gone. This forms what we call the ozone hole, but that's really a misnomer. It's actually more of a thinned layer. In mid to late spring, the vortex begins to break up, and the polar air depleted of ozone is mixed back into the rest of the southern hemisphere. The ozone hole is gone. Ozone depletion has still occurred, it's just no longer all concentrated in one small area. It's spread around the atmosphere. So why is the ozone hole bigger and longer lasting in certain years? Well, it all comes down to weather. Just like some winters are colder and longer than others on the Earth's surface, the same goes for weather in the stratosphere. If the Antarctic stratosphere stays cold, the polar vortex and the ozone hole within it will persist. And in years with cold springtime temperatures, the polar vortex and the ozone hole are large. Make no mistake, ozone depletion is not a natural thing. It stems from human emissions of chemicals called chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs. In the early 1900s, refrigerators used toxic gases like ammonia and methyl chloride as refrigerants. Unfortunately, this led to fatalities as the toxic gases leaked out of the appliances. So the search began for a non-toxic and non-flammable chemical that could be used as a refrigerant. Thus, the CFC was born. There are many types of CFCs, but the two most common are CFC-11 and CFC-12. In the 1930s, the production and consumption of CFCs began to skyrocket. By the early 1980s, over 300 million pounds of CFC-11 alone were being released into the atmosphere each year. Then, in 1985, British researcher Joe Farman and his colleagues published their research on large seasonal ozone losses over Antarctica. Thanks to the combined efforts of the quick-acting science community, industry, and policymakers, the Montreal Protocol was signed in 1987, restricting the production and consumption of CFCs. Every nation on Earth has now signed the Montreal Protocol. So, for the record, your hairspray and aerosol deodorant hasn't been harming ozone since these laws went into effect in the 80s. But why do we still see an ozone hole today? First, CFCs have lifetimes of 50 to 100 plus years, and it will take some time for the concentration of CFCs in the atmosphere to drastically decline. Second, there are still CFCs being released into the atmosphere today. For example, as an old refrigerator or air conditioning unit deteriorates in a landfill, the CFCs within are slowly released. From the time a CFC is released into the air, it takes about 5 years for its impact to be felt over Antarctica, where depletion will occur. The CFCs emitted at the surface eventually rise into the tropical stratosphere. The ozone in the stratosphere blocks most of the sun's UV radiation, so the CFCs have to rise above most of the ozone layer before sunlight can then break them down. Once they get high enough, solar radiation releases the chlorine, most of which eventually goes into ozone-safe forms like hydrochloric acid and chlorine nitrate. When these compounds make their way to Antarctica, those chemical reactions start up. And if you're wondering why Antarctica, these reactions are unique to the polar regions because of their extreme low temperatures and presence of polar stratospheric clouds. One chlorine atom can destroy thousands of ozone molecules, and millions of tons of CFCs were pumped into the atmosphere from the 1920s through the early 1990s. As CFC concentrations in the atmosphere continue to decline, the ozone hole is expected to gradually become less severe, and scientists expect the Antarctic ozone to recover back to healthy levels around the year 2070.
tracking a mission's historic return to Earth, a year of science on board the space station, and the safe arrival of the station's newest resident astronaut. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. The return to Earth of OSIRIS-REx, our first ever asteroid sample return mission, is nearly complete. On September 24th, as the OREX spacecraft approaches Earth, it will release a capsule containing about 8.8 ounces of sample material collected from asteroid Bennu. Following a parachute-assisted landing in the Utah desert, the capsule will be retrieved and eventually shipped to our Johnson Space Center for examination in a pristine curation facility. The sample will be unveiled during a live televised NASA news conference on October 11th. September 21st marked a full year in space for NASA astronaut Frank Rubio. Since arriving at the International Space Station, he has worked on dozens of experiments. These include an experiment that grows tomatoes using water-based and air-based techniques rather than soil, an investigation that could enable in-space 3D printing of functional human organs for transplants, and more. Rubio is scheduled to return to Earth on September 27th after a U.S. record 371 days in space. On September 15th, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara and 2 cosmonauts safely arrived at the space station, increasing the number of residents aboard the station to 10. This 6-month stay on the orbital outpost is O'Hara's first spaceflight. In celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, we are releasing new content for Universo Curioso de la NASA, the agency's first Spanish-language podcast. A 5-episode season kicked off on September 19th with new episodes scheduled to be released weekly.
Welcome to the Quest airlock on the International Space Station. I'm Ricky Arnold, Expedition 56 flight engineer from NASA. Today we're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, extravehicular activity, or EVA. Going out on an EVA or a spacewalk has been one of the most amazing experiences of my life. But it's also one of the most complicated and dangerous things we do during human spaceflight. There's a lot of equipment to prepare and maintain, and we do months of training to make each EVA a success. If you think it sounds complicated, you should see all of it in action. Let's start with training and how we get ready for a spacewalk.
Space is an extreme environment that presents many hazards. If we're going to go outside the safety of the ISS, we have to be prepared. That's why EVAs are designed with safety as the utmost priority. We astronauts spend a lot of time in the classroom, just like you are now, learning about the hardware we'll be using and the specific parts of the space station we'll be working on. Then we get to go spend a lot of time training in NASA's giant pool, called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, or NBL. Since it's impossible to simulate microgravity on Earth, the next best option is water, 6.2 million gallons of it. The NBL is 40 feet deep, 202 feet in length, and 102 feet in width. A lot of room to have a full-scale working model of the ISS, which we need for practicing our EVA maneuvers and assigned tasks. We get suited up and weighted so that we're neutrally buoyant in the water, so we don't sink to the bottom and we don't float to the surface. It's a great way to simulate the microgravity we'll be experiencing. We do several dress rehearsals of the EVA before we launch. This gives us the opportunity to prepare for any anomalies that may occur. We spend at least 5 hours practicing in the NBL for every 1 hour planned for the spacewalk, so we are very well prepared to execute the EVAs once we are in orbit. Once we are up in orbit, the EVA preparation continues. First, we must perform a pre-breathe protocol to displace the nitrogen in our tissues and help prevent a condition called decompression sickness. During pre-breathe, we breathe 100% pure oxygen and do some light exercise to help purge the nitrogen from our bodies. During pre-breathe, we will also don our extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU. This is a fancy name for a spacesuit. The spacesuit is basically its own spacecraft, shaped like a human. There is usually a red stripe on the leg of one astronaut, but not the other, so the ground can tell who is who. To ensure our safety at all times, we are always aware of our safety tethers and where we are in relation to our spacewalking buddy.
Hey, buddy.
There's a fellow crew member called the IV, the intervehicular crew,
on the inside of the airlock, watching and communicating with us as the EVA progresses. We are also prepared for several contingencies should they occur. First, we are trained on the use of a jetpack that can be used to maneuver in the event of an emergency rescue. It's called a SAFER, or Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue.
The view during an EVA is magnificent. It's beautiful out there. It's also extremely dangerous, but our months of preparation and all of those dedicated people working on the ground, working around the clock, ensure we are safe as possible when we work outside the ISS. EVAs have allowed us to build and maintain the ISS, repair mission-critical hardware, investigate malfunctions, install new hardware, and the view, unbelievable. See you next time.
May 5th, 1961, Freedom 7. The United States took the first small step on its journey to the moon. America's first man in space, Alan Shepard, rode the Mercury capsule. Lifted to 116 miles by the Redstone rocket's 78,000 pounds of thrust. 10 years later, the launch vehicle is Saturn V, with a thrust of 7.5 million pounds. On January 31st, 1971, the crew of Apollo 14 would leave Earth on their mission to the moon. The man who began our first decade of manned spaceflight would command the mission that would close that decade. Alan Shepard. With him, Stuart Roosa, who would orbit the moon alone while Shepard and Edgar Mitchell explored its surface. Their destination, a rugged area of lunar highlands called Fra Mauro. Apollo 13, aborted as it neared the moon, had been unable to land at this site. Now, we were trying again. But why Fra Mauro?
What happened to the moon during its first billion years, a period erased on Earth? How do the Earth and moon differ in overall composition? By visiting Fra Mauro, we hope to sample the very bedrock of the moon, material very different from that so far collected, material perhaps dating back to the beginning of the solar system.
How can you think of the soil being 4.5 billion years old when the igneous rocks which presumably underlie it are only 3.5 or 3.7 billion years old?
This, I suppose, will be dramatically refuted or confirmed at the Apollo 14 mission when they actually visit Fra Mauro.
Most of the activity is associated with one place on the moon, and we have tentatively located that place in or near the crater Fra Mauro.
Everything went smoothly during Earth orbit and for the burn that sent Apollo 14 toward the moon. Then Stuart Roosa moved the command module Kitty Hawk to a docking with the lunar module Antares, still attached to the third stage of the booster.
And we docked. We're unable to get a capture.
Twice they tried. 3 times.
Okay, Houston, I hit it pretty good and held 4 seconds on contact, and we did not latch.
Roger. We're seeing it all on TV here.
Well, we better back off here and think about this one, Houston.
As the astronauts waited, an identical docking probe was brought into mission control. This probe on the command module fits into a funnel-like device on the lunar module called the drogue. Tiny catches on the probe's point engage the drogue. It was these capture latches that were not holding. In space, the astronauts tried a 4th time. And a 5th.
No latch. No latch, Houston.
Roger.
In space, on Earth, they searched for a solution. Then, on the 6th try,
I believe we got a hard dock, Houston.
as they coasted to the moon, the crew brought the probe inside the spacecraft for examination. On Earth, the probe was tested and retested, for we had to be sure that the probe would work for the most critical docking, as Shepard and Mitchell returned from the lunar surface. On February 4th, Apollo 14 went into orbit around the moon.
This is really a wild place up here.
As Apollo 14 was on its first orbit, the third stage of the booster smashed into the moon at its planned target point. Its impact picked up by the seismometer left by Apollo 12. The structure of the moon's interior is one of the major mysteries of lunar science. Now another piece was added that could help solve the puzzle. Later that day, Shepard and Mitchell climbed into the lunar module Antares and undocked prior to descent.
And we're free.
Beautiful.
Very good.
But as they checked out the lunar module, a problem appeared. An erroneous abort was being signaled on board Antares and in mission control. Should this occur during the landing burn, Antares would abort automatically and the landing would be off. The mission control team had 2 hours, the time of one lunar orbit, to find a solution. Flight controller Dick Thorson diagnosed the trouble as a loose particle in the abort button. The burden then came to rest on the shoulders of computer programmer Donald Iles. Working against time at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts, he reprogrammed the lunar module computer to ignore the false signal. This new program was then checked out in a simulator at Cape Kennedy. As Antares came into contact with Earth again, the instructions were sent up to the crew.
Antares, Houston, the computer's yours.
Thank you. You troops did a nice job down there.
That was beautiful.
Less than 10 miles above the lunar surface, Shepard and Mitchell swept across the landing site.
And Antares, Houston, your go for Palmaro.
It's a beautiful day to land at Palmaro.
Then, another problem. The landing radar, which would tell them their altitude above the lunar surface.
Aboard radar. Aboard radar.
Antares, Houston, would like you to cycle the landing radar breaker.
Okay, it's cycled.
Okay, I would like to accept the radar.
Bridging, bro, great. Great.
Okay, and monitor descent fuel.
That's starting the camera. 10 seconds to go. Okay, there's pitch over. Right on there it is. Right on the money. Right on the money. That's beautiful. Right out the window, just like
Antares, Houston, your go for landing.
Cone Crater, a major objective of this mission to Fra Mauro.
Okay, 2,000
a hole blasted in the moon's surface eons ago that could provide a scientific clue to the history of the moon, the Earth, and the solar system.
Right on schedule. Right on schedule now. One by cone crater right outside to my right.
We think that the Fra Mauro area was formed from material thrown out by the impact that created the Imbrian Basin to the north. If this is the case, we could get samples torn out from as deep as 60 miles in the lunar crust. All in all, the Fra Mauro material should contain a great deal of new information about the early history of the moon, and thus help us to better understand the formation of our own Earth.
Okay. Okay, I'd give it a few clicks. You're through 200 feet. 5 feet per second. That looks good. No level here. 9% fuel looks great. Okay, looks like you're going right over the middle of triplet. You're 170 feet out, 2 feet per second down, 8% fuel. You're looking good. Okay, you can move on forward. You're just barely crossing North Triplet. Barely crossing North Triplet. You can land over here. There's some dust, Al. You're on your own. Starting down. Starting down. Okay. There's good dust. Okay. Down. Looking great. 60 seconds. 40 feet. 3 feet per second. 30. 3 feet per second. Looking great. 20 feet. 10. 3 feet per second. Contact, Al. Stop. Auto. We're on the surface. Okay, we made a good landing.
Roger, Antares.
5.5 hours later, Shepard left the lunar module to begin the first of 2 explorations.
Shutting down the ladder. Roger.
10 years later, 114 hours, 22 minutes after leaving Earth, Alan Shepard stepped onto the moon.
It looks like you're about on the bottom step and on the surface. Not bad for an old man. Okay, you're right. Al's on the surface, and it's been a long way, but we're here.
4 minutes later, he was joined by Ed Mitchell.
The last one is a long one.
Following the tradition of 2 previous missions, Shepard and Mitchell planted the flag in the lunar soil.
How's this, Bruce? Look okay? Roger, that's a good sight.
The next job was to load the Met, a rickshaw-like wagon the astronauts would use to transport their tools of exploration and collected samples.
One of the big factors in lunar exploration is mobility. In Apollo 14, we had the Met, which let us move further afield than the previous 2 missions. In future missions, we'll use the lunar rover, a sort of moon-going dune buggy. This mobility will mean less time spent in getting from here to there and more time collecting scientific data.
Okay, I'm going to stop here and rest for a minute now. This darn thing's heavier than I expected.
Shepard pulled the Met while Mitchell carried the barbell-shaped package containing an automatic scientific station they would assemble. A station designed to continue broadcasting data to Earth for a year after men departed Fra Mauro.
Okay, Houston, we're proceeding over a very fine grain regolith. They described before. The heavens, that's a deep hole. Going down in a depression. Deep, very deep depression compared to what it looked like. Roger, you're visible from about the armpits up right now. Nothing like being up to your armpits in lunar dust.
Finding a suitable site to place the scientific instruments was the next order of business. Shepard and Mitchell now began setting up the automated scientific laboratory. A small nuclear generator to power the array. The central station to transmit data to Earth. A seismometer to detect and measure activity on and within the moon. A series of 3 experiments to measure charged particles near the lunar surface. An independent experiment to reflect laser beams from Earth, enabling extremely precise measurements of such things as Earth-to-Moon distance, the wobble of the Earth's axis, continental drift, and shifts of the Earth's crust. And a mortar to be fired by a signal from Earth sometime within the next year. The impact of its charges would be picked up by Apollo 14's seismometer. As a final exercise, Mitchell used the thumper, a device to explode a series of controlled shotgun-like charges. The vibrations from these detonations were picked up by a series of instruments he had previously deployed. With the instruments set up and operating, they headed back toward Antares, pausing on the way to collect samples. They loaded their 44 pounds of lunar material aboard the lunar module, and after 4 hours and 50 minutes on the surface, climbed back into Antares. As Shepard and Mitchell rested, Stuart Roosa continued his work from lunar orbit. His photographs would have meaning not only to the scientific community, but would have direct bearing on the planning for coming missions.
Yeah, it's nice to be up a sunny day again. Yeah, it's a beautiful day here at Palmyra Base.
12 hours, 40 minutes later, Shepard and Mitchell began their second exploration period. After loading the lunar rickshaw, Mitchell began the journey to Cone Crater. Shepard adjusted the television camera, then hurried to join his partner.
Okay, Houston, we're headed just about toward the center of Cone Crater. Okay, point A, Al, is right. It's not quite in the valley, it's right beyond over here. Okay, this is probably pretty good.
Point A, the first stop on the trip to Cone. Here they would collect and document samples, measure the local magnetic field, and take core tube samples from beneath the surface layer.
This is a good place for A. They have an appearance here quite often like raindrops. A very few raindrops have splattered the surface.
The quality of the scientific description by the astronauts could be termed by Earth-based scientists only as excellent. But now Shepard and Mitchell pushed on. After a brief stop at a second survey site, they began their assault on Cone Crater, a climb not only toward the summit of a lunar mountain, but back through time.
A large crater acts in many respects like a drill, throwing out material from deep beneath the surface. This material should be very different from any we've collected before, perhaps dating back to the origins of the moon and even the solar system.
And we're starting uphill now. Climb's fairly gentle at this point, but it's definitely uphill. Why don't we pull up beside this big crater? Dave, take a break, get the map, see if we can find out exactly where we are.
The maps they were using had been made from photography from lunar orbit. The hummocks, craters, ridges, and boulders took on a new appearance when seen from the surface.
The little limb looks like it's got a flat over there the way it's leaning. Start on up toward the rim? Yeah,